see what we do with this country. We're going to unify, not only are we going to unify the Republican Party, but we have a tremendously divided country. White and black, everything we have, young and old, everybody is at odds. You look at the African American population of this country. Youth, African American youth, has a 59% rate of unemployment. 59%. You look at African American people, has tremendous division because Obama is a tremendous divider. He divides, and he's done nothing for African American people. I will tell you that. And I'm going to win the African American vote, and I'm going to win the Hispanic vote. And every poll, you look at the poll in Nevada, the poll, big Hispanic population. I won the state of Nevada very easily in a landslide. Cruz was supposed to win. I win all these states. He can't win when people have to vote. He can't win. So here's the story. I win it, and they do an exit poll of the Hispanics. And who wins the exit poll by a lot? Donald Trump, okay? You know why? So I'm going to win the Hispanics. I'm going to win the African Americans. You know why? Because I'm bringing jobs back to our country, and I'm not letting the jobs that are here go without consequence. If somebody wants to take their factory, like Carrier did in Indiana, and they want to move to Mexico, we're going to tell them very nicely, enjoy Mexico, enjoy the heat. Just enjoy it. I hope you build a wonderful plant. But every single time you make an air conditioning unit, and I buy from Carrier, but I'm not buying anymore. Every time you make an air conditioning unit, and you want to send it across our now very, very strong border with a wall, with our incredible border patrol watching and allowed to watch. Every time you make a unit and you send it across, we're going to charge you a 35% tax. I hope you enjoy your stay. And I'll tell you what's going to happen. They're not moving, folks. They're not moving. They're not moving. I believe in free trade, but you can only have free trade when you have smart, cunning, streetwise leaders. We have that. We have incompetent. We have to play tough, and we have to play smart. With China, we have a $500 billion trade deficit. It's crazy. And you know what? If any of you do business with China, you're going to find it's almost impossible to get your product in. And if you do get your product in, they charge you a tariff or a tax. With them, they send the stuff over. No good. Not going to happen. I want Apple products to be made in the United States, and you watch it's going to happen. You watch.
Hi, everybody. My name's Mike. This is my news thing. Okay, so if you want to see the full Donald Trump rally, it's available at the Alternate Mox News YouTube page. There's a clickable video right below the video here on the YouTube video page. There's a little box and it says Alternate Mox News YouTube page. Click here. Please do go and watch the full Donald Trump rally. Pretty good. He's pretty pumped up and getting ready to go after Hillary. The only person is Bernie Sanders. Funny. Anyways, if you guys want to see the full video, it's available at the Alternate Mox News YouTube page. It's live now. It's about an hour-long rally. It was a pretty good one. Seemed to go by pretty fast. You know, and this discussion I thought was really important. Honestly, this thing about you know, Barack Obama has not done anything for the African Americans. And you know what? He stood up there and he said, I'm not like those other presidents. He said, you look at the presidents on the money, on the dollar bills, on the $100 bill, on the $50 bills. I don't look like those people, do I? Insinuating that he understands the plight of the average common man. You know, he understands what it means to grow up in a poor community in Chicago. These are the kind of things that he's trying to tell us by that. And then he goes and he does absolutely nothing. You know, he keeps saying this bullshit about if we could just save one child, you know, and the simple facts are, in there's a opioid addiction overdose crazy, right? Every one of the presidential candidates is saying, oh, you know, everywhere I go, people are talking about how scared they are of the opioid epidemic in our country, a heroin epidemic in our country. Now, it's been proven now that the states that have medical marijuana, have legalized medical marijuana, have 50% less opioid deaths, 50% less heroin overdose deaths. Okay, so these people who say, if we could just save one child, how many children would have been saved already if from day one Obama simply took his executive action pen? If Congress won't do it, I'll take action. Took his executive action pen and just legalized marijuana. Okay, just no more penalties for marijuana. No more federal penalties. Just legalized it. You know how many lives would have been saved? How many American lives would have been saved? How many people that overdosed? How many families went through heroin addiction and overdose deaths that would have been saved simply because there was a proper, safe alternative available, readily available? A lot of kids would be saved. He doesn't care about your children. He knows these facts. Everybody knows these facts. And every single one of these candidates who talks about, oh, people come up to me and they talk about the opioid addiction. If they don't say something about legalizing marijuana, they don't give a fuck about the opioid addiction. They don't give a fuck about if we can just save one child, it'll be worth it. They don't give a fuck about your children at all, unless they want to legalize marijuana. All you people want to say, oh, this is such an important issue. Yeah, it fucking is. Freedom is a really fucking important issue. And the reason these people are getting fucked up on bad drugs is because the one that's good, the one that's safe, all their parents tell them, oh, this is just the same as heroin. It's like doing crack. This is a gateway drug. Next thing you know, you'll be strung out on the dope, on the meth. It's a lie.
Oh, man.
You want to know what an honest marijuana conversation looks like? Here's what it looks like. You sit down your 12-year-old daughter and you say, alcohol is the #1 date rape drug in the world. Every single day, 1 million women get raped because they had one drink too many. All you women, you know what I'm saying. If you don't tell your sisters and your daughters this, you don't tell them this, that's the gateway right there. It sends them into being raped. Marijuana is safe. Nobody ever gets raped from smoking too much weed, especially if it's their own. Nobody. Ever. Nobody ever ODs from smoking too much weed. You know what alcohol does? You stop breathing if you drink too much. Prince, I almost will guarantee you, died from a combination of opioids and alcohol. Almost guarantee. I don't know. He might not drink alcohol, but hopefully. You can't drink alcohol and do opioids because you'll just stop breathing. Okay? Anyways, I digress. It was a good Trump rally. Also, you know what, this thing about Barack Obama hasn't done anything, and African American people who overwhelmingly support Barack Obama should be angry at him for exactly that reason. He's done nothing for you. Just like George Bush, Christian people should fucking despise George Bush. He stand up there and said, I'm a Christian. And they all just like, oh, thank you, Lord, for bringing us a Christian. He murdered 1 million people in Iraq based on lies that he knew were lies. And he murdered 1 million innocent people in Iraq. You think that sounds like a Christian person?
Okay, Max News.
Can't.
Enough. Max News.
Hi, and welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 954B, and today's date is April 25th, 2016, and the title of the episode is, we are 3 to 4 months away from a gigantic event that will spark war. Let's get into the economic collapse, political and geopolitical news. Now, as we discussed in previous reports, Obamacare, it is cracking, falling apart right in front of our eyes. And we know that United Healthcare, they're withdrawing from Obamacare. But the thing that they're not really telling you about is they're withdrawing from 34 exchanges. And I know the administrators of Obamacare are saying, oh, it's not a big deal, who cares? But what happens is that other health insurance providers look at their situation, and most of them are losing money in Obamacare. And when they reach a certain point, many of the others are going to start pulling out. And what we're seeing right now is that United Healthcare's departure, it's really bad news for other carriers. Right now, carriers are already suffering unsustainable losses. Even after the government threw all these subsidies it had at the exchanges, they spent billions and billions of dollars. 70% still report losses. Now, to make up these losses, what are the insurance companies doing? They're increasing the premiums and increasing the deductibles. Now, is this a benefit to the people? Is this affordable health care? No, it's not. But they need to do this because the system is not designed to be a benefit to the people. It's designed to bring profits into these health insurance companies, and the only way they can bring profits in is if they have the entire country all filed into this system. And guess what? The people are not all in. This is the problem. This is why they put the tax penalty on there, because they thought they were going to use this to push people into the system. But when people don't have money, and especially when premiums go up, I mean, you can spend $90 a month on the penalty, or you can spend, $900 to $1,800 a month on health insurance that you're not even going to use. And most people saying, you know something? I'd rather spend the $90 in penalty. It's a lot cheaper. Now that varies, between family and family, between each family. But we see right now that the carriers, they are struggling at this point. But don't worry, they have the bailout clause in Obamacare. If there is a complete disaster, the government will bail them out. But we see right now that the whole thing is starting to crumble and fall apart at this point. Now the question I have is, all these people who've been paying into it and all these people that paid the penalties, once they come to the conclusion, if they ever do, that Obamacare is not working, or Congress finally hears the people and says, okay, this is no good for the people, and they find that, wait, it really wasn't constitutional, do all the people get refunded for all those penalties because it was never constitutional and they had to pay it? That's interesting. Now, Saudi Arabia, we understand the president was visiting Saudi Arabia because we know that Saudi Arabia, they're trying to move away from the petrodollar. They're trying to get out of the oil business. They want to sell a lot of the assets of the United States. And of course, the United States can't have this because they need to keep Saudi Arabia, Libya, Yemen, and all the other Middle Eastern countries on the petrodollar system. They can't have this removed, or the entire system falls apart. And this is why the U.S. government and Obama administration is waving around the 28 pages, and they're using this as leverage against Saudi Arabia. Now, of course, this is going back many years where they said they had the 28 pages and they found other secrets, buried deep in the basement and archives of the government where they have other information. But all of this is a psyop. All of this is being used to make you believe that Saudi Arabia is responsible for all of this. Now, the only reason they're doing this is because they need leverage. They need leverage against Saudi Arabia. They need to keep them in line. And if they decide to move away from the petrodollar, which looks like they're doing, they will become the enemy of the United States. So they'll need this to show the world that, see, they're the ones who did 9/11. We need to attack them. So all of this is being done not because they're the real perpetrators of this crime of bringing down the World Trade Center towers. We discussed this many, many times before. But they're using it as leverage to keep each one of these countries in line, especially Saudi Arabia. The other countries, they have to use military force. Now, out in North Korea, we can see that the United States is continually provoking North Korea. And we know that the earthquake that happened in North Korea, they were out there telling us that it was some type of nuclear detonation, but there's no radiation or any type of proof. But that didn't matter. And North Korea came out and said, listen, we will suspend our missile program if the U.S. talks to us. Maybe we have a discussion about stopping the exercises in South Korea. Maybe we can talk about the military assets that you placed in South Korea. And Obama, he's not even taking this seriously. He doesn't believe them. Actually, he doesn't care because he knows that they need to provoke one of these countries. And it looks like North Korea will be the easiest country to provoke at this time to start a war. And they don't want to have talks. They don't want to have talks with Russia. They try to avoid Russia at all costs. They didn't want to have talks with Russia in Ukraine. They don't want to have talks with Russia in Syria. They don't want any of this. They want to continually tell us that these countries are our enemies. That's it. Now we can see that out in Ukraine, they're not going to remove the sanctions whatsoever, because we see that Obama and Chancellor Merkel, they said the sanctions are going to stay in place against Russia, and they'll only be removed when Russia removes itself from Ukraine. Or if there's a political solution. Well, they have a political solution. Kiev is supposed to be following the Minsk II ceasefire agreement, which they agreed to and signed. But guess what? They're not sticking to it. They will never stick to it because why? They're getting ready for something very, very different. And that's an offensive in this area to take back the southeastern area and maybe even try to get Crimea back at the same exact time. Now, we understand the USS Donald Cook was very close to a base which was operated by Russia, the Kaliningrad base in Russia. And they were simulating war games against how to destroy Russian targets. And Russia was put on alert. A jet plane was flown out to the USS Donald Cook, and multiple jet planes flew by very close to the ship. And of course, the U.S. came out screaming and yelling, oh my God, they came out of nowhere. And that's what bullies do. They poke, 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 but they don't mention the part where they were very close to this base. Now, if Russia or China or North Korea had a warship right outside 70 nautical miles of the U.S. coastline, what would the U.S. do? And they were having war drills, simulations of destroying American targets. The U.S. would fly their jets to that ship to see what was going on. And that's what Russia did. Now, the new nominee for the Supreme Commander of NATO is out there saying, well, next time, Russia might not be so lucky. Next time, we might fire upon Russia. Now, of course, these are words. But you can see where their mindset is right now. You can see what they're doing at this point. Now, the U.S. has taken this a step further. For the first time in Romania, the U.S. put the next generation combat aircraft F-22s out in this country at a military base. And this is near the Black Sea port in southeast Romania. It's about 400 kilometers from the Russian military stronghold of Sevastopol on the Crimean Peninsula. And they put it there on purpose to provoke Russia. Can you imagine if Russia came in and placed fighter jets in Mexico, right on the border of the United States, or in Canada, or maybe back in Cuba? How would the U.S. react at this time? They wouldn't react too kindly about it. They would say Russia is being aggressive. They're provoking. But when the U.S. does it, the U.S. says, we placed our jets out there to combat Russian aggression, which really doesn't exist. Because if you really look at it, Russia has been pushing peace all along. The United States has been pushing war. Now, the U.S. is stepping up their games with drones. Now, they used to establish bases in certain countries so they can fly their drones and bomb down certain individuals. Of course, they call them terrorists, but we know better at this point. Now, the U.S. Navy reports that it has installed its first command center for unmanned aerial vehicles aboard aircraft carriers. And the carrier is USS Carl Vinson. And this marks the start of a phased implementation of the MQXX system on aircraft carriers. And basically what this allows them to do is now they can sail anywhere. They don't have to go into each one of these countries. They can have them right on the aircraft carrier. They can sail them out into the vicinity of where they want to use these drones, and they can bomb the area. And we can see that this is being done on purpose. They need this to go into all those countries where Al-Qaeda, the Islamic State are, because as we know, whenever they're going after Al-Qaeda or the Islamic State, and they already have a puppet government in place, they call those people who are against the puppet government the terrorists, Al-Qaeda, Islamic State, or whatever. If they're trying to remove the elected government of a country and replace it with a puppet government, they use Al-Qaeda, Al-Nusra, the Islamic State, as their proxy army to remove the elected government. And then those people who don't agree with this new government, they are then called the terrorists. We saw it happen in Ukraine. We see it in Yemen. We see it in Libya. We see it in Lebanon. We see it in Iraq. It's the same MO that they use over and over. Now, the unity government on Monday, they took control of the Foreign Affairs Ministry headquarters in Tripoli. And it looks like that once the documents are signed, they'll be passing control of the complex to the north of the capital to the new government. And once everything is all said and done, we see that the unity government is getting closer and closer of having full control of the country, which is very interesting because we need to understand what this is all about, because they've been telling us now for months that once the unity government is in place and they invite the coalition forces in, they'll bring in troops, they'll bring in bombers, they'll bring in everything. Now they're getting set up for this because they realize they're getting closer and closer. And look at the months, the time frame that they're telling us that this is going to happen. Now, in 3 months, NATO is going to be launching a naval mission off the Libya coast. 3 months. Where does that bring us? Brings us very close to August. Very interesting. Italy is preparing to lead the UN-backed peacekeeping force into Libya, and they already have authorization from all the different countries, and they have authorization to stabilize the country. And we can see right now their time frame is about 3 to 4 months, which brings us into August. Remember the August date here. We hear that the U.S. warships are going to join the EU ships off the coast of Libya during the summer, the end of July, beginning of August, same time frame. Now, of course, they're saying, oh, we're bringing all these warships in to help with the refugee problem. Really? Well, that's the cover story. The real story is they're getting ready for a major offensive in Libya. Remember, whatever they're saying is always the opposite. We see already that what's building up in the Middle East right now, it is growing and getting bigger, and they're getting ready for something huge. In the meantime, Syria and Russia, they've signed agreements worth 850 million euros to restore the infrastructure in that country. They've also considered the possibility of setting up joint banks to carry out transactions between the two countries, bypassing the dollar. This poses a problem for the United States government central bankers, doesn't it? They don't get the pipeline, and now they have an additional problem. Syria is getting even closer to Russia and most likely China. So what's happening here? The U.S. realizes that they have one option right now, and that is to mount major offensives in all these Middle Eastern countries, and even Ukraine. So we can see right now that Russia has intensified its bombings across Syria, driving the Islamic State, al-Nusra, al-Qaeda back, and other terrorist groups. The United States has a problem with this, of course, because it is their proxy army. Now think about this for a second. We have Russia, the United States, and what is it, like 50 plus countries fighting the Islamic State. Okay, so let's include Syria too. We have all of these countries fighting the Islamic State, and the Islamic State is not wiped out of Syria or Iraq. Why is that? Do you really think it's that hard with the amount of countries with the advanced weapons? Or do you think Russia, which I do believe, is truly fighting the Islamic State, destroying them, and the U.S. and the coalition forces are supporting them? This is why it's taking so long. Why do you think the U.S. for 18 months couldn't make any headway? The most powerful country in the world with other powerful countries with advanced weaponry, they couldn't fight these forces on the ground with only basic weaponry, because the whole thing is one big illusion. The Islamic State is the proxy army of the United States government. The U.S. and the coalition forces are on one side, protecting them, fighting with them, and then we have Russia on the other side with Syria going after them. This is why we're not seeing any progress. The only progress that we ever saw was Russia and Syria when they joined forces. They started to push the Islamic State back. And now we have the United States, who is now bringing in more ground troops. And of course, just over the weekend, Obama said, I can assure you, we're not going to be bringing any ground troops into Syria. And now we get word there's 250 troops going in there. Of course, he's explaining away why he's bringing these in there. But that's a total of 300 troops that we know of. And we know there's more. But very interestingly, what we find out is that while all this is happening, we see that the air bases in northeastern Syria, the runways, like we said, they're going to be extended, and the runways are being extended about 2,500 meters in length and 250 meters in width, because they're making it possible where they can bring in jet fighters. And we can see right now that Washington wants these bases to accommodate U.S. warplanes, because they're going to use this area as a launching pad. Now, there was a ceasefire deal that was established between the Kurds and the Syrian government, and this was over the Kamishli area, and the Syrian government is saying, okay, you can control this area. And what we're seeing right now is that the U.S., they're trying to push this whole entire area in the northern part of Syria. They want control of this area. And I know Obama is out there, and he is continually saying that, you know, it doesn't make sense to have a safe zone. We shouldn't have a safe zone. If we do have a safe zone, we need, you know, troops in this area. We need bases in this area. And when you really look at this is exactly what they're doing. They're creating bases. They're setting everything up. And everything that he says is always the opposite. So he continually denounces the idea of a safe zone while they're building the area up for a safe zone. So we can see right now, whatever he's saying is the actual opposite right now. So we are seeing that things are starting to heat up. We're looking at a 3 to 4 month time period. And in that time period, where we have July or August, right in that time frame, we understand that Congress, they go on recess the end of July going into August. They don't come back until after Labor Day. And Obama pretty much has the run of the whole entire area of D.C., where he can control and do everything. And if we go back in time, back to 2013 with the sarin gas attack, we realize that it happened during that same exact time frame. 2014, what do we have? Well, right after the elections in June, where Assad won again, all of a sudden we had the Islamic State pour into Iraq and Syria in the exact same time frame. Go to 2015, all of a sudden the U.S. was bombing Syria again when Congress was recessing. And here we are in 2016, and we see ships now are being moved off the coast of Libya. Troops are being moved into Syria. We see bases are almost complete, getting ready to bring in military jets. We see Ashton Carter and Obama went around to all the coalition forces to bring in military assets, to bring in troops. And a lot of these countries are saying, yes, we're going to be going into Syria. Now, of course, this is all under the illusion that they're going after the Islamic State, but we know better. That's not what this is about. This is one gigantic push to go after Assad and really to start war with Russia. That is their plan. This is their idea. Now, a lot of countries that are going along with this might think they're going after the Islamic State, but we can see at this point that this is not what it's about. And it looks like this is going to spark World War III. And all the indicators at this point are pointing towards this time frame. Everything is being built up. Everything is being moved into place. And then we get information about North Korea, which is very interesting because we know North Korea has satellites above us. And right now, we see U.S. government officials and other analysts trying to convince everyone that these aren't normal everyday satellites. These are satellites with maybe some type of weaponry aboard, where they can have these satellites do some type of EMP burst over the United States, which would then knock out the electrical system. Now, is this possible from that height? I really don't think so. I don't think they have anything powerful enough, but they don't need to convince everyone that they have a certain nuclear weapon. They just have to put the propaganda out there. For a false flag to work, all they have to do is convince everyone that, oh, wait a minute, remember, North Korea has a satellite which orbits above us, and they used it. And what they're saying is they have 2 satellites orbiting above the United States, capable of performing a surprise electromagnetic pulse attack at an altitude and trajectory that evade U.S. national missile defenses. This is coming from one of their security experts. So you can see what they're doing at this point already. Now, we know this is going to be an inside job. If the electric goes out anywhere in this country, either from a cyber attack or anything like that, we know already at this point that this is a false flag. This is an inside job, because what they're going to do is they're going to use this event to convince the United States, Europe, and the rest of the countries that it is time to go to war. And it looks like we're headed in this direction. And as we move closer and closer to the summer, we're going to see more military assets. We're most likely going to see more troops out in this area. And it looks like they're building up for the big event. Listen, everyone, thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
U.S. President Barack Obama has announced the deployment of up to 250 U.S. military personnel to Syria. He has said that this is to assist local troops trying to dislodge the ISIL. He called the move essential to keep up momentum against the group. Which local groups or troops, that is he talking about? In this edition of the debate, Obama still believes that there's a military solution, while in the same breath he says that the only way to solve the Syrian crisis is through political means.
Is and always will be.
The U.S. has approved a plan for sending additional military personnel to Syria under the pretext of fighting terrorism.
I've decided to increase U.S. support for local forces fighting ISIL in Syria. A small number of American Special Operations Forces are already on the ground in Syria, and their expertise has been critical as local forces have driven ISIL out of key areas. So
Obama said some 250 personnel, including special forces, will go to Syria to keep up what he called the momentum against Daesh terrorists. He said the U.S. forces will help local forces battling Daesh, but fell short of specifying who exactly these local forces are. The announcement is reminiscent of America's previous statements that indicated the country's resolve to send arms and reinforcements to those foreign-backed militants it calls moderate rebels. Analysts believe the announcement is an ill omen that foreshadows further U.S. intervention in Syria.
President Obama in the last day has announced this very vague concept of sending 250 additional Americans to help local forces in Syria without being very clear about which local forces we're talking about and what their purpose is not a good sign.
Syria's so-called opposition that enjoys the direct support of Saudi Arabia was quick to welcome the announcement. Spokesman of the High Negotiations Committee, Salem Al-Meslet, described the decision as a good step. He claimed the opposition needs help in freeing the country from Daesh terrorists and reiterated the stance that the Syrian government must step down to pave the way for the complete elimination of the militants. This comes as a fresh round of UN-brokered peace talks that began on April the 13th came to a halt after the Saudi-backed opposition quit the talks, aborting yet another attempt for a political process in Syria. The US claims to be supporting a political solution for Syria. It has the leverage to bring the so-called opposition parties back to the negotiating table, but is unwilling to do so because any political resolution would only strengthen the hand of the Syrian government. Washington has never wanted that.
But on the one hand, the United States does have that ability, but it seems that the Obama administration has been unwilling to use it to pressure the Turks and the Saudis to stop supporting these terrorists.
Tracking Washington's record in Syria's conflict reveals an array of strategies, all aimed at training militants and funding them to topple the government of President Bashar al-Assad. 5 years into the crisis, the policies have largely failed to weaken the government, a government that says the onus of deciding its fate only falls on the people of Syria. The US, however, keeps up its rhetoric of having local forces, or the so-called moderate rebels, an oxymoron that very well represents the nature of the US trade policy on Syria.
Our guest joining us for this edition of the debate from the Answer Coalition, Brian Becker, joins us from Washington. We have columnist at the Hill, Ben Badowski, who also joins us from Washington. Gentlemen, welcome, Ben Badowski. Let me first get a reaction from you with what U.S. President Barack Obama has announced, and that's the deployment of up to 250 U.S. military personnel to Syria.
Well, first of all, they will not be in combat, and they probably will not be stationed anywhere near the combat. But it is a minor escalation. I don't know that it'll make a huge difference on the ground, I'll tell you what I have proposed publicly and privately to people on the U.S. side, and I don't expect Mr. Becker to agree with all this. But number one, I think to kill ISIS, I'm referring to ISIS now, and destroy them, we need 15,000 special forces composed of the United States, Europe, and the Muslim countries in the Middle East. I do not believe it is sufficient to rely on the local forces, some of whom are trustworthy, some of whom are not. Number two, I think what we have to focus on as well is substantial economic and humanitarian aid to the people of Syria and the region. I had suggested that maybe we ask Saudi Arabia, instead of spending more money on weapons than Russia does, which I find incredible, and instead of being the third or fourth largest arms spender in the world, maybe they should offer to put up in Saudi Arabia a substantial amount of money that once a peace settlement is negotiated by all of the different parties in Syria, we would do a tremendous Marshall Plan, humanitarian and economic aid package that would really lift the people of Syria. I think the problems involve military, they involve diplomatic, and they involve economic. I would do more on all of those fronts right now, to be honest.
Okay, Brian Becker, let's look at what Obama's reason is for this 250 deployments that he has said. He has said it's to assist local troops trying to dislodge the ISIL. What local troops is he talking about?
Hard to know exactly, given the nature of the battle front. The fact of the matter is the Russian intervention militarily became decisive. I think it irreversibly changed the military dynamic. President Obama, when Russia came in, said the Russians were going to fail, that it would be a quagmire. In fact, the Russian government, when it came in explicitly on the side of the Syrian Arab Army, the National Army of Syria. It said the Syrian Arab Army, in spite of whatever one might think of its political leadership, was indispensable for the defeat of ISIS. There are big parts of Syria that have now been liberated, including Palmyra. That was a bloody fight, but the Syrian Arab Army did it. The Kurdish protection units are also have been fighting in the Tacit alliance with the Syrian Arab Army. They've been pushing back. So you have ISIL on the run. So the question is, why at this moment has the United States escalated with 250 military commandos? All military commandos are in combat. To think that they're not in combat is foolishness, I think. But that's the rhetoric, of course, of the Obama administration. The question is, are they wanting to go in to prevent Raqqa, the capital of ISIS, the so-called capital, from being liberated by indigenous forces within Syria, and specifically the Syrian Arab Army, which has, of course, an alliance with Russia? That would be a major sort of setback for the United States, because it would make it clear that it was Russia's intervention, not the U.S. intervention, that had led to the liberation of Raqqa from ISIS. Furthermore, and I think this is important, the Kurdish protection units, the YPG, have been fighting, as I said, in the Tacit alliance with the Syrian Arab Army, but they are now clashing with the Syrian Arab Army. And is it possible that the YPG, the Kurdish forces, are now going to be assisted by the United States, so that the United States attempts to move the Kurdish units into an American sort of paradigm, an American sphere of influence? That remains to be seen. I don't know. I hope it doesn't happen, but that may also be part of the military calculation.
Well, we're going to talk about that in a little bit, but what I'd like to find out here is, again, breaking down, Brent Badowski, what the U.S. President has said. Another thing, calling the move essential to keep up the momentum against the group. What momentum is he talking about?
Oh, well, there's no question that in the last 2 months, ISIS has suffered some military setbacks at the out. The amount of territory they control has gone down, and they are on the defensive. There are also significant and believable reports that they're suffering financial crisis. And I want to say one thing about ISIS, by the way, that's not widely known. They pay their killers, but they pay them a bonus for women sex slaves. ISIS is one of the most sexist, misogynist, anti-women movements in the world. And anyone who joins them and doesn't know that is making a deadly mistake, not only from the enemy, but from ISIS itself, which treats women like dirt, and it's a crime. Now, what the United States policy has been trying to do is to basically have it all ways. You know, what Mr. Baker says is partially true. There is some combat role at the margins of American troops, but there is not much. There's not as much as I want. I want more American involvement, European involvement, Muslim Arab nation involvement. I want more humanitarian aid. I want more military aid. I want to take Mosul. I want to take Raqqa. I want to break up their infrastructure. And above all, I'll repeat, I want to offer a program that gives the Syrian people a better life. That's the most important thing beyond just the killing. You have to offer people something better. Now, the Kurds, I know the Kurds. I've appeared on Kurdistan television. They are not allied with Bashar Assad. That is not true. They are allied with Kurdistan and with their own vision and ambitions for their own country. Now, they have good relations with the U.S. I think we should do more. And I think we have to do more on all fronts. We're not nearly doing enough on any front. And finally, there has been progress. There's no doubt about it. But there are going to be more terror attacks in Europe, in the Middle East, in Muslim countries, in America. And we have to do more to kill them before the next terror attacks come, which I believe they are.
Well, something went terribly wrong, Brian Becker, in the past 2 weeks when you had the ceasefire that both Russia and the United States worked very hard to get. They achieved it. Then the peace talks started. Things were going okay, but something happened. And the last, regarding the Saudi-backed H&C, well, Russia said that they were holding the talks hostage, blackmailing it in a sense, saying it's either my way or the highway. And then they left the talks. And do you think it's a coincidence that you have now the situation on the ground escalating with the Saudis supporting these terrorists, and then the U.S., after Barack Obama's visit to Saudi Arabia, announcing this another troop increase?
No, I don't think it's a coincidence. I think that's what's happening. The ceasefire that was partly in place has broken down. I've spoken to someone in Syria today from Latakia. The ceasefire broke down there, but it's been restored. But it's not restored in Aleppo. There's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of killing. The terrorist organizations are on the move again in Aleppo. They are, in fact, backed by the Saudis, and the United States government. President Obama just got back from meeting with the Saudi monarchy to, quote, restore ties to make things better because there's been a falling out or a fraying of the relationship. When you hear President Obama talking now about Syria, he doesn't speak with great urgency. He's not celebrating any of the defeats against the defeats of ISIS in Palmyra and other places. He's not using the language of liberation from ISIS. If ISIS is the existential enemy, which the President Obama said it was when he announced that the United States would begin an open-ended bombing campaign in Syria and also in Iraq, why not use the language of celebration when those areas are liberated? It's because they've been liberated by the Syrian Arab Army in cooperation with Russia and Iran and Hezbollah. So because the United States still considers those countries to be principally competitors and adversaries, the United States can't really fully throw in with the struggle to defeat ISIS. So it refuses, in fact, to make any sort of an alliance with Assad. If Assad looks stronger, the United States government gets more worried, and I think they have given the green light to the Saudis to go ahead and allow the fighting to continue in Aleppo. I think the United States is playing a double game. They're saying yes to the ceasefire because the old policy of Assad must go is the mantra, the #1 demand of the U.S. That's proven to be a complete catastrophe. It only led to the strengthening of ISIS. And at the same time, the United States government cannot really come to grips with the need to support and be in alliance with the Assad government. It doesn't mean you have to like Assad. It doesn't mean you have to be permanent allies, but they have in common a common foe, which is ISIS, the terrorist entity.
Podolsky, whatever happened to this so-called U.S. military alliance via the air with some of the regional countries that is supposed to have been going on since the year 2014?
Well, unfortunately, the regional countries have not done as much as they should do on any level. I don't believe the U.S. and Europe have either done as much as they should do. But there was a lot more talk from the countries in the region, the Muslim countries, than there has been action. I think that's a mistake. I think that's wrong. I think they need to do more. Now, I do want to make one point, though, when Mr. Becker is trying to understand what President Obama privately thinks. I will tell you what he privately thinks. I will tell you why he's not celebrating. There will be more terror attacks, killing people in Paris, London, Germany, in the Middle East, in Middle Eastern countries. There will be more terror attacks in the United States. That is an unfortunate fact of life, which is why I think we need to do much more on the humanitarian, the diplomatic, and elected area. But also, you don't celebrate. Well, let me finish. Let me just finish one more sentence. You don't pronounce celebration when you're still worried about the next terror attack that we're trying to prevent. That's not a thing to celebrate. That's what the president's thinking. The president is right about that.
Go ahead with your question, Brian Becker.
Go ahead, ask me a question.
Well, it's obviously a question and a comment. My point is not that there won't be terrorist attacks in Europe by ISIS. There will be. My point isn't that the struggle is now over. My point, though, is that if there is military gains being made on the ground, you, Brett, say you're for it. You want to send 15,000 troops. If any number of troops are making gains against ISIS and against Al-Qaeda, why isn't that a good thing? Why don't you put that up and say, see, something positive has happened? The reason is that the U.S. government can't say it's positive because the people who have been defeating ISIS the most effectively are the Syrian Arab Army, Hezbollah, in alliance with the Iranian Revolutionary Guards, and with the help of Russian air power. And so that's the problem. It's, in other words, President Obama is putting geostrategic politics ahead of what the stated goal, which is to degrade and then to defeat ISIS. In other words, we should be telling the world these are good things when ISIS is being defeated in Palmyra. Instead, the president is basically silent about it. That's my point. I guess that's my question. Why don't you see that?
That's not true.
Go ahead,
No, that isn't true. Why don't you see what the president has actually said? You're misquoting and misrepresenting him. He has said, Ash Carter has said, Secretary of State John Kerry has said repeatedly and recently that there has been progress and that progress is good. So if you're saying that they're not stating that, you're factually incorrect. You should go back and do some research. It's also not correct to give all of the credit to what's happening to Assad and to Putin. Now, I will say that the bombing of Russia, while it has killed innocent people, including people who are against ISIS to defend Assad, it has had some effect. But so have our efforts in the U.S., so have the Kurds, and the Kurds are not agents of Assad. They're not allied with Assad. You don't want to say that in their presence. I don't think they'll be happy with you. But the reason the president doesn't go further is we need to do much more.
Go ahead, Brian Becker.
I'm not saying the Kurds are the puppets of Assad. Far from it. They have many differences. They were in an armed struggle against the Assad. Yeah, I think you're trying to fight with me more than I'm trying to fight with you on this. The point that I was making is that there was a de facto military agreement between the Kurds and the Syrian Arab Army when they were facing a common foe, which was ISIL. That happened in Kobani. My point is not that the Kurds aren't. The Kurds mainly want to do things for their own perceived national and ethnic interests in the northern part of Syria, or the same in Turkey or in Iran, in Iraq. So I'm agreeing with you on that. That's not my point. Was not that they're the puppets of Assad. And the United States government has supported the Kurds and is nurturing a relationship with the Kurds. What I'm pointing out is what I believe is the inconsistencies of the U.S. position. Yes, you're right. Ash Carter and President Obama have said that there's progress, but they don't cite the progress made by the Syrian Arab Army or the Russian military. They're loath to do that because if they do that, then they have to double back on their earlier position that Russia's intervention was bad and that the Syrian army can do no good, that it's just as bad as ISIS. So there's a contradiction, like a schizophrenia in U.S. policy. That's my point.
Very well. We're going to take a quick time out, listen to some of the viewer comments, and we'll come back to the topic of the debate.
Trying to make Syria a failed state like Libya. Obama has to do this before his term ends, because he probably realizes the warmongers in the US intend to do to Syria what they did to Iraq, Afghanistan, and Libya. So he's trying to prevent that from happening, or maybe not. God knows. America doesn't want peace in Arab countries, and that will bring more problems in Europe. Wake up, EU. Pretext for the war in Syria to continue, and their agenda has not changed on ousting Assad. Now Syria is going to be like Afghanistan. There will be no peace in that country. It's total violation of sovereignty of Syria and a disregard for international law.
some of the viewer comments there. We're quickly running out of time. I'll start with you, Brett Badowski. We've had a very interesting statement coming from the German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who was visiting Turkey, and she's come out and said that, you know, maybe the Syrian safe zones is a good idea to house the refugees, which pretty much echoes, you know, statements from Turkey on taking parts of northern Syria. And the U.S. interestingly saying that that area is going to be too small. So are we going back to that plan again? Do you think that is what may be in the works?
I think that might be part of the solution. General David Petraeus has proposed that as well here. We need a multifaceted solution. Safe zones may be part of it, yes, and I suspect we're going there. More humane treatment of the immigrants in Europe and the United States, yes, we have to do that too. It's a horribly difficult problem and a tragedy, and I do think safe zones may be one part of a larger solution, yes.
Okay, very well. And final question to you, Brian Becker. Speaking to one analyst, one of the things that is being debated at the Kremlin is the fact that they think that the U.S. is trying to now prolong this war. They call it a proxy war, to bring Russia into the game, to, again, have this war go against Russia. Do you think that is the outlook of the U.S. at this stage in the game?
I'm not certain about that. I wouldn't go that far. It's possible, of course. The United States, as I said, is very unhappy that the Syrian government seems to be overcoming or defeating even incrementally ISIS and the other terrorist organizations with the assistance of Russia. I think that means the U.S. feels diminished. I'm not sure that's really what's going on. I think from the point of view, my point of view, a no-fly zone there will be a disaster because it will inevitably widen the war, not against ISIS, which would be fine to widen the war against ISIS, but it will widen the war against the Syrian government. And to have a no-fly zone means the U.S. Air Force has to have shoot-down planes in that zone, which means that Russian planes or Syrian planes could be shot down. I think it's a very, very dangerous suggestion, but that's what Erdogan wants to do because he wants to break up any sort of U.S.-Russian cooperation in Syria because of his own geostrategic designs on Syria and on the region.
Very well, we're going to have to end it there. Thank you very much for that. Answer Coalition, Brian Becker from Washington, also from Washington, columnist of The Hill, Brett Badowski. Thanks so much for tuning in to another edition of the debate from Cover Taiwan and the Thai team in the capital, Tehran. It's goodbye.
From the trade, like, is it a day trade? Is it a swing trade? Is it a long-term trade? Like, when do you expect your target to be hit? Okay.
Draw video, pot of tea. Man, if I start laughing during this video, I'm forewarning you. I normally don't talk about wedge issues. I don't like talking about social issues, but I think this is where governments are wretched. And then now you've got corporations like Target, that's a military term, Target, and their bathroom policy. Well, this white man, I'm pretty sure he's a white man, he went into his local Target to find out and to test their new bathroom policy. Their transgender bathroom policy, if you want to call it that. A manager at Bay Pines Target store in St. Pete confirms that men may use the women's room. This is a stupid policy. Any intelligent and reasonable person knows that Target is being inclusive and supportive for trans and gender non-conforming people who want to feel comfortable using the washroom of the gender they most feel comfortable with. I commend them. It's not that CIS men who identify as males should be using the women's washroom. Use your sense and maybe get a job instead of trolling Target trying to get into the women's washroom. It's not the trans people who are the problem. It's people like you. You were the same people who are against black people and in support of segregation. Well, I don't think that, and to me, I think this white man was just trying to test their new policy. He went in there, check it out. The URL is right on screen. Google Target bathroom policy or go to YouTube. It's received 3,600 views. He walked in there and wanted an answer to that question, and either a supervisor or a manager said, yes, you can use the woman's bathroom. And the man didn't say, well, I'm transgender. He just said, well, blah, 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 blah. Can I use the bathroom? Yes. I think people are reading way too much into this, calling him a troll or whatever. But most Americans are, I have to refrain myself. Can women use the male bathroom as well? Well, I think the answer to that is yes, according to the video. Well, this is just one target. You realize separate bathrooms were created for a reason, right? So perverted men don't go snooping around trying to get a peek at your wife or daughter. Allowing men in there with no problem is going to turn into one. Well, what about perverted women? And then I think this is going to cause further problems down the road between white people and we people with color. I am not going to go into any bathrooms with possibly white women or white children. It's not going to happen. So now I must become aware, not that I make a habit of using public bathrooms. I don't like using public bathrooms. Target, Walmart, government, 7-Eleven, no, unless I absolutely have to. But now I have to keep that in the back of my mind. And then the mayor of Seattle, a white man, Ed Murray, who is homosexual, but I'm not here to judge that. I'm just saying in context, that's a true statement. He passed an ordinance where now he's going to try to make businesses and government agencies in Seattle use bi-gender bathrooms, meaning no more of the men's and the women's, but bi-gender bathrooms. If that occurs, what if I have to go to the bathroom really bad at a Target or wherever, and they only have a bi-gender bathroom? I need to become aware of that. I can already see the problems with white people. A white woman might accuse me of raping her when, hey, this is a bi-gender bathroom. But in the system that white people have built, I think this is another reason why I'm making this video. This is so stupid, I will not feel comfortable at all being in a bathroom that men can go into. You can say whatever you want, but if someone is uncomfortable with something, it shouldn't be allowed to happen. Well, what about men being uncomfortable with a woman walking in while they are urinating or defecating? What if a little girl walks in? Did you know that allegedly the LGBT community movement endorses the National Men and Boy Association, NAMBA, which is a pedophile group? Did you know that? I need to look into that to verify that, but anyways, I just thought you might find that interesting or informative. Just thought you might want to know that. This is stupid. Another stupid comment. Who cares if people video vertically? I'm not even going to read that comment. At first I thought this was a problem, but isn't Target one of those solo bathrooms, or am I completely wrong? Which I sure I am, because I never use the bathroom in Target. But if I am right, why aren't people saying that, oh, no, now we have to share bathrooms with the gender, and so, while you're not sharing it with us other normal guys, but with the strange and weird people who consider themselves as transgender. So don't put one specific gender as the whole as the problem, but we should blame it on the transgenders, of course. That's crazy, trending at 2,500 views. Maybe their policy has a hidden clause to it. Men can use, I'm going to read their policy. Men can use the women's restroom only if they sit when they piss. So nobody is making jokes about women going to the men's bathroom like the perverts they are. So you want the whole internet to know that you as a man want to go into the women's restroom? Okay, I'll gladly share this in your name so everyone knows who you are. Hey, guess what, Andy Park, a man likes to use the women's restroom. I don't think that's what transpired. This white man just wanted to test that policy. He walked into his local Target, which is a military term, and an answer to his question was that, yes, you can go into a woman's restroom. That's all it was. He videographed it. You can check it out on your own and make your own assumption. Well, not assumption, but come up with your own conclusion. But I think, anyways, moving on. Transgender these days. So women should be fine with a random man walking into a woman's room now? What? Well, according to this video, that's exactly what the answer was. Yes. But what about women walking into men's bathroom? You're telling me there's not perverted women out in society? And then let me reiterate. What if I'm in a male bathroom in public somewhere and then a white woman walks in? What am I going to do? What if I'm washing my hands? What if I'm in the bathroom and then I walk out and hear a white woman walks in and then all of a sudden she screams, or all of a sudden she accuses me of trying to rape her? What am I going to do? I'm making this video because of, number one, it's absurd. Number two, this isn't what government is designed for. And then number three, the enslavement corporations, as I refer to them, like Target, are now following suit with a possible agenda, just like multiple governments in America are now pushing what I think is possibly a gay agenda and a trans agenda. Well, I'm not going to the bathroom in Target anymore. I don't care about transgender women coming in, but allowing the opposite sex into either bathrooms is both dangerous and dumb. Any disgusting peeping Tom can walk in, or a woman. Also, that's not what their new policy is, you bigot. It's for transgender individuals, first of all. Well, their policy is written that way, but according to this video, any male could use the female's bathroom. That's the whole point. That's the reason why he made this video. To me, it was obvious that that's what his premise was designed. He just wanted to test their policy. It's for transgendered individuals, first of all, and then why are they?
Oh my. Decline of the Western civilization. If I could call it civilization. I can't even call it civility. Oh my. Okay.
Yeah, no, I treasure the days I was there. I felt like I was really around a real elite group of people in a place with so much history. In America, there's not many buildings that are, or universities that are that old, and you go there, and I was, yeah.
Well, you know, well, that hits a point that's interesting, because I remember when I first went there, I got involved. I've always been political, but I got involved in the Graduate Student Council for some reason that I have no idea why I did. But early on, the first day when you're a graduate student, there's some orientation, and then the president of the Graduate Student Council came and spoke and said something really interesting, because he said, so you all felt like hot shit before you, and I can use that word, I hope, on your program, but when you, because there are all these kids who are the best in their classes or whatever and come to graduate school, and then they suddenly feel worthless. And they said, you're going to feel worthless and incompetent for the next 4 years, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. After you graduate, it'll be okay again. And that was really the experience of coming in and feeling good about yourself, and then beginning to feel bad about yourself for 4 or 5 years until you got out. And so it's a hard time.
To watch the rest of this fascinating interview, click on the link below and go to.
And a surprisingly successful run for the White House may end just a short distance from where it started. That short distance from Capitol Hill is Maryland, one of 5 states holding primary elections, and it's where Hillary Clinton is in the lead. But this is unlikely to be the end of his influence in the Democratic Party. Ahead of the 5 primary contests, Hillary Clinton has been trying to recast her image.
America is stronger when we are all supporting one another.
Wow! She's also been turning her attention to the upcoming general election campaign, floating ideas of who might run with her on the Democratic Party ticket, including the following senators: Sherrod Brown of Ohio, Tim Kaine of Virginia, or even another woman, Senator Elizabeth Warren. Following the votes in Rhode Island, Connecticut, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, the next challenge for the likely Democratic Party nominee, Hillary Clinton, is the fact that more American voters dislike her than like her. Priscilla Huff, SABC News, Washington.
Go back. All right, guys, look. There's somebody in this car. Somebody's just wrapped into my house.
This is Dabu 7, and you were looking at what is left of the front of my yard and my car and everything else here, as someone high on heroin has decided that getting high and driving was worth more than anything else, worth more than our property, his property, potentially our lives. And if my car would not have been sitting there, he would have came right through my front door. To my amazement, I get over here and I open his door and he comes stumbling out. And we tried to stop him, but then he took off running. Then the police and everybody showed up and he's still a wanted man for doing this.
Lay down to the ground.
No, you're not. You're all
Brother.
dude. You ran into our house, dude.
Brother,
You ran into our house.
you just ran into my house. Yeah. All right, guys. This is an assessment. A look at the damage done here. A whole tree taken out in front of my house. And another look here at what's happened here. And you can see that this fire hydrant landing just feet away from the house. You can see muffler, everything ripped off where this person came through my car. It's completely gone, man. The car's completely gone. Look at this, man. This person high on heroin, this is what it does. And it could have killed all of us. Took out the electric box, took out the fire hydrant, and look what it did to my car. All I've got is liability. My car's gone. Thankfully, no one was injured. The case came just feet away from hitting my home and right where my baby was sleeping.
Would have went right through the front door. It wouldn't hit that car.
This is crazy. And this is what driving high on heroin will do. Luckily, no one was killed here.
This is Press TV's Top 5. Thanks for joining us. Iran's Foreign Minister Mohammad Javad Zarif has criticized a U.S. court ruling that calls for the disbursement of a part of Iran's frozen assets to families of Americans killed in the 1983 Beirut bombing. Addressing a joint news conference with his Macedonian counterpart, Zarif said Tehran will seek reparations if the U.S. administration, which is responsible for preservation of Iranian funds, tries to plunder them. The top Iranian diplomat said Tehran does not recognize the politically motivated verdict. He added that the ruling, which amounts to misappropriation of Iranian assets, runs counter to international law. In response to a question regarding the Iranian anger, a U.S. government spokesman welcomed the Supreme Court ruling on the asset freeze.
The decision by the court marries very closely with our own statements when the legislation was passed back in 2012, and we're supportive of the court's decision. As for what Iran may or may not do, they can speak to that, but we stand by our position with respect to kinds of suffering.
John Kirby said the U.S. court decision was in defense of Americans who were killed in the Beirut bombing, which he blamed on Iran. Tehran has already rejected that allegation. It has also warned that the ruling would put in jeopardy the nuclear deal between Iran and the P5+1 group, known as the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action. To discuss that a bit further, I'm joined by Dr. Kaveh Afrasiabi, who is an author and political scientist, and he's joining us live now from Boston. Dr. Afrasiabi, as always, thanks for joining us. How do you feel about this entire case?
Well, I think that the Foreign Minister Zarif is absolutely correct on calling this ruling as contrary to international law, and his views are in fact shared by a number of American international law experts. Case in point, just a couple of days ago, there was an opinion article in the New York Times by two prominent American law professors categorically stating that the Supreme Court ruling is against international law, specifically one of the basic tenets of international law, which is the doctrine of sovereign immunity. And the U.S. Congress has trashed that concept, and now the U.S. Supreme Court has put a seal of legitimacy on it, allowing the basic plunder of Iranian assets under the guise of law. And this in turn raises the question of What about, justice for the victims of the Iranian passenger airplane that was shot in cold blood by the U.S., or the thousands of victims of Iranian victims of chemical attack by the Iraqis with the complicity of the U.S. and other Western governments, because we know for a fact that the U.S. provided coordinates for the Iraqi chemical attacks on the Iranians, and there are some upwards of 20,000 victims of chemical attacks living in Iran today, who have a legitimate case to bring multi-billion-dollar lawsuits against the U.S. So this ruling really opens a Pandora's box, is likely to backfire on the U.S. itself. It privileges itself with absolute sovereign immunity in other countries' courts, and yet allows itself the green light to go after other nations' assets with impunity.
So then, Dr. Afrasiabi, what is the goal then with the U.S. government supporting the Supreme Court ruling? Because at this time when the JCPOA is meant to be implemented by the other side, now we're seeing such cases coming up.
Well, unfortunately, it's out of the hands of the executive branch. There's a collusion between the legislative branch, the U.S. Congress, and the Supreme Court. And in fact, there's a minority opinion in that case that questions the seizing of the authority of the court by the Congress, and that is shared by many international law experts as well, as I said. But, the train has left the station, and right now these hungry hyenas, the plaintiffs and their attorneys, are just waiting for time before a judge decides on how to share the pie and disperse these billions of dollars of the Iranian asset. And as Justice Ginsburg herself, who wrote the opinion for this infamous ruling, said this involves multiple cases, not just one case, which means that, other rulings with respect to 9/11 and so forth, adversely affecting Iran are in the wings. And very soon, there'll be, they will be eyeing Iran's asset, not just in the U.S., but also in Europe and elsewhere. And this is a really bad omen, and Iran needs to go beyond rhetorical condemnation and take effective countermeasures.
As a final thought, then, Dr. Afrasiabi, how much worse are things about to get? You've said that already. They may be eyeing other assets as well. Do you think this is not the last of this sort of thing?
No, I unfortunately think that's only the beginning of a very bad and ominous chapter that will rub off on the nuclear deal as well, partly because of the sea of anger that it has generated in Iran, rightly so, over this open heist of the Iranian asset under the guise of law. And, the U.S. government has now backed this ruling, which means that there is no opposition, political opposition whatsoever to it, and to what is going to come as the next waves of, this kind of heist in the future.
Okay, we'll leave it there at that point. But as always, Dr. Afrasiabi, we of course appreciate your insight.
Good evening, Your Black World. This is Aaron Johnson signing. Actually, I should say good morning. It's about 1:30 in New York. And as I was kind of looking at the news before I decided to kind of let my head hit the pillow, I came across an article that said the city of Cleveland shelled out about $6 million to the relatives of Tamir Rice to settle a wrongful death lawsuit. And as I continued to read the article, it really kind of reminded me of so many other articles that spoke about settlements of different individuals who were killed by police departments across the United States. From Eric Garner out of New York, his family was paid $5.9 million. We have Freddie Gray in Baltimore, his family was paid $6.4 million. To Rakia Boyd in Chicago, her family was paid $4.5 million. And Dante Parker out of California, his family was paid $4.25 million. And Laquan McDonald in Chicago was also paid about $5 million. And the list goes on and on and on, which led me to ask the question, what's a black body worth? Why are these departments, police departments, willing to pay out this kind of money for police misconduct? I mean, to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars a year, if we kind of look at all the departments across the United States. And it's kind of troubling. Actually, it's more than troubling. It's kind of sick, because just thinking economically or logically, especially in the economic crunch that many cities are in, why would you pay that kind of money for police misconduct and not get rid of those police officers? That's the scary question. Police brutality, as we all know, has been a part of the American story. That has been a part of the American story, at least when it comes to black people. The Rodney King video was the first time the topic of police brutality couldn't be written off as some sort of black imaginings, or black imagination running wild or black exaggeration. It was, this was concrete proof that, people are going way too far. Police officers are going way too far when they're dealing with black populations. And since then, there has been countless occurrences of police misconduct against the black community. That's just a fact of life in America for black people. Now, obviously the genesis of this kind of behavior or attitude towards the black community came from slave catching and slave patrols, to even modern day police departments sanctioning, the killings of these people, of these different individuals, especially black unarmed people. It's evidence of a pervasive sickness, the pervasive sickness of racism. The history that is this country's relationship with black people in terms of law enforcement is the evidence to support my position. The state governments across the United States have sanctioned white vigilantism for a long, long time, from the KKK to the Knights of the White Camellia to the White Caps, among other white hate groups across America. They have been sanctioned to do these things for a long time. Nobody went to jail. Nobody got in trouble. Nobody lost a job. Nobody lost their lives. Terrorizing black communities has been a part of American society for a long time, to ensure that people stay in their rightful place. So, let's think about it. During the era of lynching and white massacring and rioting in black neighborhoods, politicians and police officers often participated. So we have to kind of make sure that we're naming this correctly, because unfortunately in our schools, when we're talking about these things, we make it seem like they are isolated incidences that you can't really put your finger on, or it's just a small group of people, instead of kind of naming it as a pathology that kind of ran through as almost like a thought process by which many people in our country accepted and or turned the other way, looked the other way. So this brutality wasn't isolated. This is something that has been systemic. And if we don't get the words right and we don't teach correctly, we kind of whitewash and we kind of make this thing very, very nice for people who may feel guilty about either complacency, their complicity in the matter. So let's just kind of speak correctly. I want to kind of talk correctly. In New York, settlements and judgments of misconduct, police misconduct cases hit, I believe, 165 million alone in 2014. The settlements of police misconduct in 10 of the largest cities in America hit about 248 million in 2014. So while these police misconduct cases are costing police departments hundreds of millions of dollars, and they're piling up annually, it is rare that officers and the officers involved are disciplined, or it's hardly ever that they lose their jobs, they lose their insurance, they lose their pensions, their livelihoods. What messages are we sending people who we indemnify, people who we give power to, people who we give a gun and a badge and a considerable amount of power to? What messages are we sending them when we basically essentially say, you can kill people, you can say it was in self-defense even if the bullets are in their backs, and you will not go to jail. you will not lose your job, and you will not lose your pension. How do we expect there ever to be justice for these folks who are abused, for Black people who are abused, who are killed, who are humiliated by these rogue officers, right? So the question becomes, why are police departments across the country willing to shell out so much money rather than to get rid of the bad apples that are literally costing them millions, that are among them? Why is it so difficult? Why is it so hard? I just don't get it. Now, everyone who has an analysis about today's policing methods are considered anti-police. That's been the go-to deflection statement. How can you say that you're anti-police if you have any complaint whatsoever? And it reminds me of back in the day in American history where Black people were supposed to take the abuse and not say a word, or really kind of they at a certain point have to be fearful of someone coming for them. At a certain point, they have to be fearful of someone coming to lynch them if they complained about a lynching or complained about some sort of brutality. I mean, think about the story of Mary Turner, whose husband was lynched by a lynch mob, and she was angry and sad and frustrated about it, and she told the people, and this happened in Lowndes County, Georgia, years in the early 1900s, and she lashed out and said, I'm going to get the law on you. She was frustrated. She was angry, and she lashed out. She's 8 months pregnant. And those unwise remarks, as those local local Georgia papers put it, really put her in the line of fire. They ran after her. They hunted her down. She escaped them for a while, but they finally caught up to her, and they hung her upside down from a tree, set her on fire, burned her clothes off, cut out her unborn child, her 8-month-old child. It wasn't 8-month-old. I shouldn't say that. She was 8 months pregnant, but they cut out her unborn child. It fell to the ground. They stomped the baby out, and then they shot her multiple times, riddled her with gunfire, and then they buried them both near Folsom's Bridge in Lowndes County, Georgia, like the southern border of Georgia. And then to mark their graves, I believe it was a broken whiskey bottle with cigars hanging out of the neck. I mean, that's the depravity. That's the depraved indifference to life that has been part of the pathology of white vigilantism, where nobody had to pay for that brutality. I think it even goes a step beyond brutality when you get that far deep into killing someone in that vicious way. So, but this was allowed to happen for so many years. And if you have it, so it reminds me of that, when you have a critical, remark about our institution that's supposed to, serve and protect. And when you have these institutions that are abusing and killing, and you speak out against it, and then somebody comes out of the woodwork to say, oh, you're anti-police if you have this, if you have these words to say. And it's just asinine. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting. It's probably the most opprobrious assertion anyone can make. Critical analysis is not anti-police. It is the concern. It is the concern that Black people are being killed disproportionately by police officers across this country. This does not happen in the inverse. Unarmed white people are not stalked, assailed, and then gunned down by police officers. That is not happening. As a matter of fact, if that did occur, I believe our national consciousness will be pointed in that direction. Think about it. Think about if somebody heard that white children were being gunned down by Black officers across this country. Think about what that would set off in our country. Come on now. We know that it would never happen. So this ingrained conscious and unconscious racism that has been taught and learned over time has really taken over people's, has forced them, I should say, to act in certain ways. People, when they've learned a hostility and a fear towards Black people, a fear of Black people, and learn to become hostile towards them, that's the blame there. That's the rub. That's where the rubber meets the road. And it has been a proper othering of Black people that has happened in our society that allows for this culture to exist, where people don't necessarily have to think about young Black people as human beings. You don't necessarily have to think of them as a human being that deserves love, that deserves respect, that deserves kindness. They have been othered. Black people have been othered to the point of, they're just, if they have to die, they have to die. If I have to shoot them, I have to shoot them. If, they pose a threat, I was in fear of my life. Even with them running away, I was in fear of my life. Even with their hands tied behind their backs, I was in fear of my life. Even if they're on their stomachs and I have my arm across their throats and I'm applying pressure and they're saying that they can't breathe, I was in fear of my life. That's the story. And when you have othered someone to the point of inhumanity, then the depraved indifference towards their lives can exist and take over. So that was just something I was thinking about, and how we really, really, really need to think about how not only are we educating our children and educating the masses, but how we're going to go about this re-education process, this miseducation that has happened. And I believe it's more important, not even just the schools, but it's more important for people at home to teach their children properly as to what this society is really all about. And this thing will continue to exist just so as long as our communities will it to exist. I mean, we have those Black people who are shucking and jiving and cooning and tap dancing, and not really being critically conscious of what's going on in their own communities. And then we have white folks who are either indifferent or who are silent or who are overtly racist, who are not really trying to, stem the tide or re-educate. It's not a part of their consciousness whatsoever. So that's just something I was thinking about. I may have been a little bit more long-winded in this particular video, but it's just something I was thinking about. When is this going to change? How much is a Black body worth? I mean, I don't know about anybody who's watching this video, but my child, $6 million is not enough. I mean, they're getting, these people are being killed and people's families are being paid off. But $6 million is not enough. $5 million is not enough. I mean, how much is a Black body worth? Is it worth us re-educating? Is it worth us admitting to wrong? Is it worth us thinking about how we have done business in this country for so long and how it's done nothing but produce animosity and tension between the so-called races in society? What is a Black body worth? When are we going to care, Black folks? When are we going to care? So to not make this video longer than it's already been, I'm going to sign off. Tell me what you think. I don't really mind the comments, the good, the bad, and the ugly. It doesn't really mind. It doesn't really matter to me. I don't really mind. I'm hopeful that we have some ongoing debate and dialogue, though, meaningful. Some trolls troll a lot of these videos, and that doesn't matter to me. But we get somewhere when we have meaningful dialogue and debate. We get nowhere when we troll and call people names and all kinds of crazy that I see from there. Some of it's funny and it's laughable, and some of it's kind of like, well, we wonder why we're in the position that we're in this world. We wonder why America has these tensions. Now, this is Aaron Johnson signing off.
For the first time, the two F-22 Raptor fighters, alongside one KC-135 refueling plane, arrived in Romania on Monday, and the move came after Washington beefed up military support for NATO's Eastern European allies who say they face aggression from Russia. Tensions between the US and the Russian are running high. The US has recently accused the Russian military aircraft of repeatedly buzzing a US naval ship in the Baltic Sea. The US Secretary of State John Kerry said the ship would have been justified in shooting down the Russian aircraft. Russia denies that its aircraft has ever made aggressive flights over the area.
North Korea shows seriousness in denuclearizing the Korean Peninsula, then we will be prepared to enter into serious conversations with them about reducing tensions.
After Pyongyang conducted its fourth nuclear test, it is now facing strong sanctions from the international community. We think that the remarks by Pyongyang's foreign minister Ri Su-yong that the country will halt nuclear tests if the United States suspends the joint military exercise with South Korea intend to shift the responsibility of anti-North sanctions to Seoul and Washington and break apart future discussions on anti-North sanctions.
South Korean Defense Ministry said it is closely monitoring the CPRK's activities, especially as it just marked the 84th birthday of its army. Last Saturday, Pyongyang conducted a submarine-launched ballistic missile test, drawing international condemnation, and the United Nations Court moved extremely troubling and urged Pyongyang to cease any further provocative action.
One for the Road by Michael Whitehouse. I woke to my friend Tom climbing through my window. It was a summer's night around 2 a.m. and the heat had been unbearable for days. For that reason, I had left my window open slightly to let what cool air there was filter into my bedroom while I slept. It was a scrambling, panicked noise which brought me to consciousness, and immediately
just the instrument that you. How's it going, Trish, Kenneth, Christian, Marco, DM, Jared, Terry, Fritz, Gunter, Julie. Good evening, everybody. Hey, John, George, Pavel, Carl. It sure is. Another Pavel. We got two Pavels in the house. Pavel, clap. I hope I'm not, butchering your name.
Okay, Kevin and I have over 40 years of experience trading real money. We started in hedge funds. We both have a professional background, and rest of our career have been just day traders like you, aka using our own money. And tonight we want to share with you another way to help you thinking about your trading in a different way, especially if you are struggling as a trader or you are wasting a lot of time in front of your computer and you are not making consistent money. Tonight, Kevin and I will try to share with you guys stuff that we do with real money. So this is a screenshot of my account. Can we see, Kevin? Is that going through properly?
That's right.
Okay, awesome. So this is a screenshot of the account 2 days ago. This is one of the accounts where I had a running profit of over $4,000. And the reason I'm showing you this, guys, is to show you that the type of strategy that we do is to manage a lot of our portfolio. This is the delta in our portfolio, and we'll explain that. And that is a fair number that we tweak throughout our trades,
And what we do is we do a lot of income trades that we break apart. So I don't know if people are familiar in the room, but we do a lot of credit spreads, we do a lot of debit spreads, we do a lot of iron condors, and we do a lot of iron condor butterflies. What we do, as the particularity of what we do, is we time those legs around support and resistance and break those legs for max profit and also for max defense. So tonight I will show that a lot of people, unfortunately, in the guru circuit are selling you iron condors, credit spreads, but they are not really showing you how to defend them. You know, they are not really showing you how you go from a bad trade. You know, we will all have bad trades. You know, and how to defend those bad trades into good trades. You know, in this business, it's easy to have good days. The key is, do you have good weeks and good months, and do you have consistency in your processes? So this is an example of an iron condor. An iron condor was a fairly delta neutral strategies. We were short around the 2000 long, sorry, towards the 2000 SPX, right? And we were short towards the 2125 SPX. And so what happened last week when the market kept on going up and up and up, okay, so the market goes up, up, in between your short strike of 2000 towards the 2100. Here, that was the current price, 2100 plus, right? So what we did is bought back our short strike on the call and essentially created a net long position. By creating this net long position, we were able to add another $800 into the profit into an iron condor. So instead of the iron condor, instead of making only $2 or $1.65 to make 320, we are able to triple the potential of the iron condors or the credit spread by doing a couple of tweaks that we will show you tonight. But everything starts at a different process. This is another screenshot of April the 13th. April the 13th, we had a similar position here that we had on Amazon. See? But here's what we did is we laid the 555, 550 put credit spread continued going up as the market was going up. And then we bought back the 580 short strikes that led to 585 short strikes. And this was a good, cool double and with an open P&L of 2,963. So what happened is if you have a support and you have a resistance, you got to be able to time your entry on your put credit spread here and your entry on your call credit spread here. But sometimes what happens, you are smack in the middle of the range where you have an equal distance or fairly equal between your support and resistance. And this is the time where an iron condor on both sides, a bet where you are short here and you are long here, so long it doesn't go below this and above this, you make money if the market goes up. You make money if the market goes sideways, and you make money if the market goes down. And it took me many, many years because initially when I started in hedge funds and prop firms, I had to trade the current price. I had to trade NASDAQ stocks, I traded futures, and I was obliged to take bets that had only a 50% chance of success. And Kevin and I have refined over the years the processes to be between 68% chance of success to a 95% chance of success, which is a 1 or 2 standard deviation in the options world of distributions of statistics. But really what we do is using simple support and resistance and creating buy zone, caution zone, and sell zone to create our decision-making process. And this is how we are able to make trades like you see right now on the screen. Another interesting thing is that even though we've done this for 40 years, yeah, Kevin and I combined have done this for 23 years. Kevin has done this for almost 15 years. What is interesting is last year we had Penny Krill, our students that I'll show you on our Facebook Mastery program. She had never done income trading back ratio trade. She did some credit spread there and there, but she never had the idea of getting on both sides and started breaking legs. She started in our mastery in January, and for about 4 months, she did not trade. She just mastered the trading platform a broker platform, and then this lady has done has deposited about $32,000, which you see here, right? And she grew that account at one point to almost 4 times. And then she started increasing her risk and doubling her risk and trading more underlying. And she came back at the end of the year, finishing the entire year at 156% return on her money. Well, 156% return on your money when you have less than 1 year in this business is amazing. Even if you have 25 years in this business, is amazing. Most of the hedge funds cannot even beat the S&P 500 returns. 90% of the hedge funds cannot beat the hedge funds return. So this lady, just a person just like you, just like me, just like you because she was pretty new in the business, $32,000. With those consistent and replicable processes, was able with an interactive broker account to achieve those results. Okay, and Penny is a real person. I'll show you later on our Facebook group. So, what should you do when you are a trader? We boil it down in 2-3 trading steps when you are a beginner. So, just curious tonight, so that we can have some interaction with Kevin. What type of instruments does everybody trade in this room? What type of a trader are you? How many years have you been trading? You know? So,
Julie is asking a good question here right at the beginning. How our strategy is different from everybody else as well. Our support and resistance, right, is really the key, the backbone to it, our support and resistance. And when we start to look at these charts, then you'll see that we've identified where this institutional order flow is, right, on each of the underlines. But let's get back to what Mark is asking here. What type of instruments do you folks like to trade? Let's have some interaction here, people.
Because regardless of the instruments that you trade, whether you're trading futures, right, stocks or investments or your retirement portfolio, or ETF, stocks, ETF, options, right, Forex, whatever that you trade, everybody, especially on the income trading side, you need to always identify the main trend and the intermediary trend. So what do I mean by that? Well, what we consider in the professional world the main trend is any weekly and monthly signal. And anything that we consider intermediary trend, which we also call a fear factor trend or emotional trend, okay? We call it the 60-minute chart, usually, the daily chart, the 4-hour chart are your signal of pretty much those we call it the retail signals, right? And so what we are looking for usually is to look for trend within the main trend and exploiting the intermediary trend retracements or resistance retest to a trend within the main trend. And the reason being is it's like being in the ocean. If you are a surfer, it's way easier to go with the direction of the ocean than to fight the ocean. And eventually, in this business, if you keep on fighting the trend, the prevalent trend, you'll get crucified, you'll get crushed, and you'll be part of the statistics where 90% of the traders lose money and 10% of the traders lose money. So the key question is, what are those 10% of the people doing? Because there's a transfer of wealth from the newbies or the uneducated trader to the 10%. And a lot of it has to do with 3 steps. Number 1, the trend. Number 2, picking entry and exit zones that have high probability of success. So if you look at a support and you look at a resistance, if you know that this is a key support, a key resistance, and you use a chart formation like a double bottom or inverse head and shoulders, or you use a cross recross, that's a trade setup, retest higher low, going to the next level, which is a shift of momentum, then you don't need to take all the crap trade in between the point A to the point B. And a lot of the newbies, they come every day and they have been taught with life. You know, we are taught in life that the more you work, aka this business, the more trades you make, the more money you will make. And in this business, nothing can be further from the truth. In this business, is the less you trade, the more you make, and the more you wait for those support and resistance that are crucial to come to you. And then there's a last overlay, which is the right option strategy. Okay, so all those processes are key. Identify the reference point, support and resistance. We just talk about it with the right shift of momentum and chart formation. Number 3, strategies, right? Learn the timing of when to break your spreads and back ratio your trade for max defense and max return on investment, as I showed you in my accounts, right? Now, gambling or not gambling is really your choice. You know, I started, like I told you, in my early days, I started trading 23 years ago in 1993, right? And I was taking trades that were 50-50 chance of success by taking the current price. But what we've learned over the years is we've learned to wise up and understand what professionals do and how professionals are making consistent money, like the account charts that I showed you, and I'll show you also some of the trades that I have currently running. Like here, for instance, if we go to my my TOS account, and by the way, for all disclosure purposes, I have 6 accounts. And yeah, that's an interesting chart of Google aftermarket that we'll go over. But right now I want to show you, for instance, this is my account live. I have some retirement position as well. For instance, like on the retirement side, I bought 200 shares of FCX Freeport at $4. And now it's 11.52, and yesterday was 12. So I tripled this trade. Now, when I reach an important resistance, look what I do with the retirement account. I sell the cover call. I sell the 12 call and the 13 call, which have already gone down over 10% today, right, for protection. And then if they expire worthless, then I reduce my cost basis of $4.17 on the stock acquisition by $1.34 or 93 cents. So a lot of the stuff that Kevin and I are doing, right? A lot of stuff that Kevin and I are doing is doing income trades with our directional trades and cost reduction. So cost reduction tonight is a big theme that you are going to learn and learn from us. We like to cost reduce a lot of our stuff, and then always look at defense and max profit. So here's another trade, for instance on the SLV, which has been pretty cool. This started as an iron condor. So I had the put side 14.13. So this, no problem, worked well. You know, already crushed to almost 0 here. But here's what I did. I was short the 15 and long the 15.5. Well, I bought back my 15 and let the 15.5 run, and look what happened. This is over a 2.5 times my money. It's a 250% return on my money. So even those are small amounts of money, $1,200 here, $1,500 here, you have to realize that what I'm showing you is that with small trades, 200 shares, does everybody has $800 in this game? Yes or no? Because if you don't have $800 to trade, unfortunately, your tool as a trader is going to be, so the more capitalized you are, obviously, the more money you make. But also, if you don't have a big account, $30,000 to me is not a big account, right? You can still take small calculated trades where you can double and triple like this, small amount. And those small amounts, those singles and doubles are what will eventually create a home run in terms of equity curve over a period of 5 years to 10 years into your account. It's going to be the slow and steady race to beat inflation and to beat the S&P. That is going to be your goal. Your number one goal is to have your money compounded tax-free or tax-deferred and keeping pace with inflation and beating the S&P. And when you start having that goal, now you start thinking like a professional. Now, if you are a newbie, typically your goal is, hey, I'm going to come tomorrow, Friday, and I'm going to double my money on my options. Well, that thinking of looking for 100% return on your money in one day, 50% return on your money in 1 week is the type of thinking, and Kevin can concur that my co-head trader tonight, who also used to own a hedge fund and has been a third generation trader, this is the type of thinking that will crush and make you lose everything that you have worked for into your account.
Yeah, when you're swinging for the fences, then it clouds your judgment. And what we want to do is we want to get rich, but we want to get rich over time, right? And we want to learn what it is that the market can and will do. Once you understand that, and you're with us for a little bit, then you really get a feel for, hey, what kind of a range do we have on here? What's our probabilities of making a certain amount on that range?
Exactly. So now, one of the key components of everything is going to be having consistent and replicable processes. And the second thing that is going to be important is to understand the crucial role of support and resistance and timing into your income trade. The third thing that is going to be important, everyone, is to understand how to exploit support and resistance in relationship to your implied volatility. If you don't know which trade to do at support and which trading strategy to do at resistance, you are lost. And you need to be automated. Like we say, when there's low IV, you can do debit spread. When you have high IV, you can do credit spread. When you have high IV, you need to understand what to do at the money, in the money. You need to understand all those subtleties, especially when you start in the business doing income trading. So let me explain to you what reference points and zones do for us. It gives us a map. This is Thinkorswim. This is live of Google. And what we do typically is at extreme buy zone, the green lines, we're looking to sell. And at extreme red zones, we're looking to buy. And in between those orange zones, as you can tell, the market was very sideways. This is a caution. This is an area where you have to be very careful being directional. And this is ideally an area where you open a call here and a put here, and you open an iron condor. So what the day trading zones, buy zone, caution zone, sell zones, DTZ analysis with the power line here gives you is the three components we told you about. It gives you the trend.
Hey, it's Clay Cherry. This will be a video chart on ticker symbol MCUR. We'll take a look at the 30-minute time frame. Real quick, what do I mean by 30-minute in case maybe you're new to charts? Instead of each one of these candlesticks representing 1 day's worth of price action, which is what you would normally see, each one represents 30 minutes. So while this may look like several days worth of time right there, it's actually just today's price action broken down into 30-minute time slices. I like to do this time frame. I think it does a good job of telling the quote-unquote story of the price, and that makes mapping out where some of these levels of support and resistance a bit easier to see. So not to state the obvious, but I am anyways. Just an absolutely monster day here. Price exploded, and so I don't think you could really write up a better way to start off a week. So let's start to map out some areas of support and resistance. The ideal area of support going into the remainder of the week, I mean, if you say, hey, Clay, what would make this chart look the absolute strongest going forward? If $1.52 can hold as support, that's going to be a very ideal situation. That's going to make the chart look very powerful. Now, does it have to hold? I'm not saying that. It would just make the chart look, the strongest if it can indeed hold. Next area of support after that, be right down here around, let's see, the $1.33 mark. Again, $1.33, not a must-hold level, but definitely the first kind of initial areas given today's price history. But a very kind of simplistic way to measure the health of the move is by keeping an eye on that purple line right there, the 50 period moving average. Meaning, as long as the price is above that purple line, then the bulls are in full health. The bulls are in full control. The bulls have full power. However you can best visualize that.
But the point being, this line is going to continue to slope upwards. So it's essentially like a trend line that draws itself for you. So when you stop and think about it, what does the price need to do in order to remain above, you know, a line that's increasing? Well, the price itself needs to keep on increasing. And by definition, well, that's what bullish moves do. So keep an eye on that purple line for more of the overall chart perspective and whether or not the bulls are continuing to make progress by putting in higher lows. Now, what about areas of resistance? So if this move is going to get up there and do battle with the high from today, first area of resistance, that stands out to me right up here at $1.73. So $1.73. And then after that, right up there at about $1.85, then you can start to talk about, you know, breaking through and doing battle with the $2 mark up here. But before you can talk about breaking new highs, first got to clear these other hurdles. First hurdle, again, $1.73. Next hurdle, $1.85. But no doubt about it, very, very powerful start to the week. So it'll be interesting to see if the bulls can continue to build upon this momentum that they've garnered up today. One of the most popular questions I get is, how do I find the stocks that I trade? So what I've done is put together this free resource guide where I talk about the tools that I use to locate stocks that I find interesting and think may have potential. So if that sounds like something that could add value to you as a trader, then by all means, click right there to get access to the guide. The guide itself is very short and to the point. And like I say here, it is free. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Hey, it's Clay Trader, and this will be a video chart on ticker symbol CYTX. We will take a look at the 30-minute time frame. Real quick, what do I mean by 30-minute in case maybe you're new to charts? Instead of each one of these candlesticks representing 1 day's worth of price action, which is what you would normally see, each one represents 30 minutes. So while this may look like several days worth of time right here, it's actually just the past day broken down into 30-minute time slices. I like to do this time frame. I think it does a good job of telling the quote-unquote story of the price. And I have done this one before, so that's where these red lines are coming from, but certainly some updates need to be made. The first big update that I want to just kind of point out is that the price is continuing to do what it's been doing. So during this whole sideways movement here, I realize sideways action isn't the most exciting, but keep in mind kind of where the broad base was of this movement before it started to head back up. And now look where during this sideways action, where the kind of broad base has been. Point being, if you look at these stair steps, the stair steps are going in the upwards direction. So if you care about the grand scheme of things, kind of the overall picture for this chart, I mean, the bulls are doing a very good job at building higher bases, and that's what uptrends are all about. So from that point, you know, things are looking very solid. Good to see that, you know, a higher base does seem to have been built. Next update comes more of a shorter term one, and that's based off of foundational principle in charting, which states when levels of resistance are broken and closed above, you ideally want to see them act as support. And 32 cents was a level of resistance for those of you that maybe remember the last minute of the video. But now that the price is above it, this would be considered an area of support. Now, if the price breaks below there, by no means am I saying that the entire chart's ruined or anything like that. But ideally speaking, if the price can hold above there, that would make the chart look very, very powerful. So we'll see if 32 cents can hold or not. If it doesn't, like I said, not the end of the world, but would be a good situation. Next level of support after that would be that purple line right there, the 50 period simple moving average. And then I'm debating, I don't want to clutter up the chart with any more lines. Then the other area is just simply down here where I talked about that base being built, and that's at 28.5 cents. But given the prices, you know, way up there, like I said, I don't want to throw up a line there just because I don't think that's really necessary at this point in time. In terms of areas of resistance, still have the overall one up there at 34 cents. But the level that really has kind of made itself known after today, kind of popped up out of nowhere, is right here at this point. And that sits at slightly below 33 cents. If you're watching level 2 today, I'm sure you noticed, but multiple times the bulls try to get up through that level, but just couldn't quite do it. So, you know, 0.238, 0.239, right around there. There are some sellers sitting there, so that's going to be the first hurdle that needs to be cleared before the bulls can then go do battle with 34 cents. All in all, though, you know, a very nice start to the week. So we'll have to see how the rest of this week unfolds and if the bulls can continue to build upon this momentum. One of the more popular questions I get is, how do I find the stocks that I trade? So what I've done is put together this free resource guide where I talk about the tools that I use to locate stocks that I find interesting and think may have potential. So if that sounds like something that could add value to you as a trader, then by all means, click right there to get access to the guide. The guide itself is very short and to the point. And like I say here, it is free. Thanks for watching. Have a good one.
Hey, how you doing? This is Africans Arise. Thank you very much for watching. The website is africansarise.com. The YouTube page is youtube.com/Africans Arise. The Facebook page is facebook.com/Africans Arise now. So hook up with me if you would on any one of those platforms. I'll send a quick request out. If there's anyone out there who is a writer who would like to write some blog articles for my website, then please holler at me. I'm looking for people who, maybe you're starting out in this whole business of blogging or vlogging and so on. I'm looking for people to put some content on my website here. So holler at me if you're interested. If you want to write some articles, there can be pretty much anything relating to Black people around the world, Africans around the world, or even just articles to do with politics, political theory, economic theory, anything, morality, spirituality, anything like that. Then holler at me, and we can maybe get something going on here. So the website is africansarise.com, by the way. But in this video, I want to talk about Black Lives Matter, and I want to kind of share a couple of issues that I have with Black Lives Matter. Not really so much with the actual official Black Lives Matter, founders, as with the kind of ideas that get associated with Black Lives Matter as a movement. Now, for those of you who don't know, Black Lives Matter was set up by a group of women, Black women. I think they were all either lesbians or transsexuals or bisexuals. And they are, if you look at their website, again, I'm not going to really talk that much about the actual group itself, but if you look at their website, and if you look at the things that they believe on their website, what you'll find is that there's a very particular kind of undertone, if you like, of the LGBT aspect. They're really focused on pushing Black masculinity to one side and really putting Black women, in particular Black non-heterosexual Black women, and transgender and so forth, Black transgender and so forth, to the forefront. So if you really do look at their website, you'll see one of their look at for example, queer affirming is one of the, what do they call this? One of their guiding principles. They talk about diversity, restorative justice here, unapologetically Black, globalism, so I guess a global Black world. It says here, we're committed to building a Black women affirming space, free from sexism, misogyny, and male-centeredness. Collective values. So here they talk about all the different, oppressed groups who they want to kind of affirm. Transgender affirming is here.
So this so-called organization that's been co-opted isn't for Black lives. I got to stop this because I didn't see their manifesto. So in other words, it's a sham. As many have said, the so-called Black Lives Matter is nothing more than a sham. It's been co-opted, kind of like the so-called civil rights movement and other agendas. It's clearly other agendas. Now, the economic impact of this is going to be, especially when you have a more hawkish regime globally taking place. In other words, every so-called policy that's been enacted in the last 8 years, the globe is going to try to find a way to roll it back, not just one country. So anyone that thought that they gave their time, energy, and money to an organization they thought would so-called have their interest, these pirates or charlatans co-opted something only to push an agenda that has nothing to do with Black folk. And especially in the economic realm. Malcolm X said it best, you've been had. And definitely in terms of infrastructure, resource, economy, political environment, or policy, you've been took.
A long section here about how they're affirming of transgender. Black families here, and they say here very clearly, look, we're committed to dismantling the patriarchal practice that requires mothers to work double shifts and so forth.
Whoa. So this insidious, we're talking, that's clearly one of the examples of why things have not progressed for Black folk in the longest time, because of ulterior agendas, whether it's the so-called civil rights, you name it, ulterior agendas have been pushed on someone else Man, oh man, Malcolm was right. We've been took.
Very affirming, and so on and so forth. So I recommend to you, have a look at the website, have a look at the history or her story of Black Lives Matter here. They talk quite openly and candidly about what they're all about, these women here. And, you know, that in itself is something that I found, you know, I'm not all that comfortable, to be honest.
Just say it's disturbing.
Not that I'm not comfortable with it, because I'm not part of this Black Lives Matter movement, but,
it's disturbing.
you know, it doesn't speak to me, you know, it doesn't sit right with me, the official group. But it's not so much the official group that I want to talk about, it's more the kind of, I want to talk about a couple of things I've got, a couple of issues I've got with how Black Lives Matter as a movement is kind of positioning itself. And I think the main issue that I have with the Black Lives Matter movement kind of discourse is its intellectual foundations. And by intellectual, I just mean the kind of the way in which the black people who use the Black Lives Matter kind of theme, the way in which they use evidence or the way in which they don't use evidence, and in order to kind of push the agenda which they are pushing. So, of course, the big thing with Black Lives Matter is police brutality, as we all know, and you know, Black Lives Matter always becomes kind of prominent when a white policeman or a white person, but usually a white policeman, kills a black male. Usually, sometimes it's a woman. So we had that Sandra Bland situation, you know, where she was allegedly killed by the police. But usually it's a black male, either a black boy or a black, you know, adult. And so one of the first things, just to get into it, the main really issue with the Black Lives Matter movement is that we need to understand that a racial disparity does not necessarily mean that there is unjust racial discrimination taking place. I say unjust racial discrimination because not all racial discrimination is unjust. Now, this is something that Walter Williams and to a lesser extent Thomas Sowell have talked about expertly, and there's some brilliant videos on YouTube, particularly with Walter Williams, some of them back in the 80s, where he breaks this point down, and he breaks down that, you know, the common argument that is used to show this is something like basketball. And, you know, you look at basketball, you look at the National Basketball Association, is it NBA? Whatever that stands for. And you'll see the fact that all of the players pretty much are black. Does that mean that there is unjust racial discrimination going on? No, it doesn't. It just means that people who are picking the teams and the owners of teams are sensible, and they realize that black basketball players are generally better than basketball players of other races. That's not an unjust racial discrimination, but it is a racial discrimination, meaning that those owners and those coaches are indeed choosing one race of player, generally speaking, over other races of players. But it's not based on any malice on their part. It's based on just a sensible evaluation of the evidence before them, i.e. the evidence being that black Americans, let's just say, black people are generally better at basketball than others. So that's just a sort of silly kind of, way of pointing this out. But there's a seriousness behind this point. The fact that there might be a disparity. So, for example, between the black imprisonment rates versus white imprisonment rates. So by that I mean the fact that a higher percentage of black men are in prison versus the percentage of white men who are in prison is jumped on. They'll say, look, this is a clear-cut sign of white supremacy and racism. But it's not necessarily, actually. There could be other factors to explain this point. Now, I want to just play a quick video from a debate that I saw recently on YouTube between a guy called Ben Shapiro and some folks here. I have not seen these folks before, but they're kind of representing what you might call a Black Lives Matter kind of angle. And just have a listen to this. Have a listen to this.
This entire time, I've been trying to think about your initial question about disparities. Are they automatically tied to race? And at first, I think all of us were stumped because we were trying to think of the instances. I do agree that they are separate. but they don't necessarily correlate within itself. There are disparities. NAACP, we are the experts inside of the nation of bringing in the racial lens for all of the work. No, they're not necessarily going hand in hand, or they're not necessarily tied to each other.
So this woman said, I believe she's a professor of something. Let's have a look. Does it say Dr. Shelley Seacrest? This woman. And notice what she said there. She said her job is to find the race where there's disparities. Her job is to pinpoint where there's race, i.e. racism taking place. So let's carry on, because the moderator basically asked that very question. The moderator basically.
The cruelest thing, the most despicable thing is when people take advantage of other folks, and especially when they're weakened by things that they consider life-saving or social values they consider life-saving. The most despicable thing is when folks take advantage of others. I've seen it so many times, it's just sick. It's despicable. You know, it's that I'm gonna get mine on the backs of you because, you know, and that's this so-called movement. Oh man, despicable. You know, I mean, you know, I'm gonna let you go, Ellie.
It says, is it the case that when there's a difference between outcomes for racial groups, so i.e. racial disparity, does that necessarily mean that there is racism? So this is our answer to this question.
So that's how I would answer it. No, they don't have to go together. My job as a civil rights attorney is to be able to make you see race at every given opportunity, but no, it's not present in each and every single district.
So she said her job is to make you see race at every given opportunity, or every possible opportunity. Now that reminds me of what this woman called, what's her name? Anita Sarkeesian, this infamous feminist who a lot of folks hate, basically. But there's a clip of her on somewhere saying something like, everything is racist, everything is sexist, everything is homophobic, and you've just got to point it out. It's taken out of context, obviously. I don't know what she was saying, but you know, people usually whip out that quote because it's a great example of how so-called social justice warriors, or SJWs, i.e. people who kind of push social justice, the social justice agendas when it comes to, you know, oh, right, this is racism, this is sexism, this is homophobia, this is transphobia, this, you know what I mean? People who kind of push this over on social media to, for example, to silence dissent in university campuses, or to you know, to get public figures to make apologies for things that they've said. This is the kind of mentality that they often have. And I think we're seeing, this is one of my things with the Black Lives Matter movement, that at its root, unfortunately, too many people who use the motif of Black Lives Matter are in this SJW camp, meaning that they are constantly looking to blame all issues that Black people face on racism. So anyway, so listen to what she says again.
I do agree that they are separate, but they don't necessarily correlate within itself. There are disparities. NAACP, we are the experts inside of the nation of bringing in the racial lens for all of the work. No, they're not necessarily going hand in hand, or they're not necessarily tied to each other. So that's how I would answer it. No, they don't have to go together. My job as a civil rights attorney is to be able to make you see race at every given opportunity, but no, it's not present in each and every single disparity. To your second.
What are the standards? What are the standards different? I mean, you say we want people to see race in every single issue.
Where it's present. Where it's present.
Okay,
so for instance,
what's your standard as to where it's present?
Absolutely. What's my
Great question. This dude, Ben Shapiro, says, okay, cool. So your job is to find racism wherever it exists. So how do you decide where some disparity, racial disparity, is caused by racism? That's the question that is pointedly asked to her. Now watch her response.
Take something as simple as if we're talking about a disparity, say men and women. My job would be to show what does that look like when you have women from a different group, communities of color. What does it look like when we're talking about a woman who's working or stuck in a minimum wage job, not as a starter, but for her career.
Right, no, I guess the
What does
question
that
I'm
look
asking more
like? And so we
specifically.
bring in the racial dynamic of
Right.
how that
No,
affects.
I understand that. The question that I'm asking is, when do you decide something racist has occurred?
Racist?
Yes. When do you have to?
That, do you notice she doesn't? She's stumped. She is stumped. Now, to be fair, she's not like some great kind of advocate or brilliant intellectual advocate for Black Lives Matter. Because if you watch the whole of this debate here, this Freedom series, Race in America, it's on a YouTube channel called My Northwest, you'll see that her and the guy next to her, this British Zimbabwean guy, do an absolutely abysmal job of trying to defend the positions of kind of Black Lives Matter-esque, ideology in the face of kind of very reasonable logical kind of questions being posed by Ben Shapiro. But
Not in a minimum wage job.
nevertheless, yeah, here we go. He asked the question.
What does that look like? And so we bring in the racial dynamic of
Right.
how that affects.
No, I understand that. The question that I'm asking is, when do you decide something racist has occurred?
Racist?
Yes. When can you decide that an act of racism has occurred? Because if you have just a statistical disparity, has an act of racism automatically occurred? That was David's basic question, I think.
Right. There's obviously there might be there will be a disparate impact on different groups of people. That doesn't necessarily mean, I think what you're saying, it doesn't necessarily mean something racist is going on, even though there's a racial impact. So the question was about where do you draw the line between something that might have a racial impact but is not inherently racist. Let me move on.
So she just can't answer. She doesn't understand the question, she doesn't get the question, or she's unable to answer it. And it's a shame that this moderator doesn't push her on it, because he just moves on.
What you're saying, it doesn't necessarily mean something racist is going on, even though there's a racial impact. So the question was about where do you draw the line between something that might have a racial impact but is not inherently racist. Let me move on, and if you want to come back to that, that's fine at some other point. But you had mentioned, Dr. Seacrest, that
she never comes back to it, and this is the point. This is the issue. Now, you know, why am I making this point? Well, the point is that there are some other explanations as to why, for example, why there might be why Black men in particular, but Black people in America might be. Some of them might be getting killed by police. There's an obvious potential answer to that isn't racism. It could be that Black men or Black Americans are doing more crime. It could be. I'm sorry to say, but that could be the case. And this is the subject of this excellent article here on in the Wall Street Journal by Heather McDonald from February 11th, 2016. And I'm gonna quote from this article. I suggest you read it. I'll put a link there for you. The article's called "The Myths of Black Lives Matter. The movement has won over Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, but what if its claims are fiction?" And I'm going to quote here. Quote here. So it says, to judge from Black Lives Matter protesters and their media and political allies, you would think that killer cops pose the biggest threat to young Black men today. But this perception, like almost everything else that many people think they know about fatal police shootings, is wrong. The Washington Post has been gathering data.
Oh, their data is wrong. I'm gonna put something for you, Ellie. FBI statistics, and please watch Dr. Amos Wilson on Black crime. You'll be totally, God, I can't see it clear on the real and not Western published statistics. My eyesight is very, very bad. So you're gonna have to, I only got about 30% of my eyes left. So you're gonna have to deal with this. Okay. You're gonna have to, here you go, Elliot.
On fatal, oh, is this Washington Post or Wall Street Journal? Okay, so the Washington Post has been gathering data on fatal police shootings over the past year and a half to correct acknowledged deficiencies in federal tallies. The emerging data should open many eyes. For starters, fatal police shootings make up a much larger proportion of white and Hispanic homicide deaths than black homicide deaths. According to the Post database, in 2015, officers killed 662 whites and Hispanics and 258 blacks. The overwhelming majority of all those police shooting victims were attacking the officer, often with a gun. Now that's an important point there. That often is this idea that there's these innocent little, young African-American children basically who are getting gunned down in cold blood by the police or strangled or, but the majority of cases where police kill people in America, the overwhelming majority of them are people who were actually attacking the officer or in some of those cases with guns. But the point here is that the police killed twice as many whites and Hispanics as they did blacks. It says using the 2014 homicide numbers as an approximation of 2015's, these 662 white and Hispanic victims of police shootings would make up 12% of all white and Hispanic homicide deaths. That is 3 times the proportion of black deaths that result from police shootings. So the point there is, first of all, the first point that they're making here is that actually more of the people who were killed by more of the white stroke and Hispanics who were killed in 2015 were killed by police percentage-wise than the percentage of blacks who were killed in that year. It carries on. The lower proportion of black deaths due to police shootings can be attributed to the lamentable black-on-black homicide rate. And that's going to be the next point I'm going to talk about, and the second and final point I'm going to talk about. There were 6,095 black homicide deaths in 2014, the most recent year for which such data are available, compared with 5,397 homicide deaths for whites and Hispanics combined. And almost all of those black homicide victims had black killers. Police officers of all races are also disproportionately endangered by black assailants. Over the past decade, according to FBI data, 40% of black killers have been black. Of cop killers have been black. Officers are killed by blacks at a rate 2.5 times higher than the rate at which blacks are killed by police.
Dude, your statistics.
Some may find evidence of police bias in the fact that blacks make up 26% of police shooting victims, compared with their 13% representation in the national population. But as residents of poor black neighborhoods know too well, violent crimes are disproportionately committed by blacks. According to the Bureau of Justice Statistics, blacks were charged with 62% of all robberies, 57% of murders, and 45% of assaults in the 75 largest US counties in 2009, though they made up roughly 15% of the population there. And something there to point out as well is that the majority of these crimes that we're talking about here were committed by black men, particularly the murders. The majority of those committed by black men. So you're talking about a lower percentage of the population overall. Such a concentration of criminal violence in minority communities means that officers will be disproportionately confronting armed and often resisting suspects in those communities, raising officers' own risk of using lethal force. And this is the basic point there. I'll read that again. Such a concentration of criminal violence in minority communities, read black communities, means that officers will be disproportionately confronting armed and often resisting suspects in those communities, raising officers' own risk of using lethal force.
That's a hit piece.
And this is the basic point here: is that
gotta learn, brother.
what's another answer for why some black Americans are getting killed by the police? Well, there's another answer besides racism. The other answer being that black Americans are more likely to be involved in crime, or more likely to be involved in violent crime. And if you're involved in crime, you're more like, particularly violent crime, you're more likely to be confronted with police with guns. So that is a perfect example, a perfect illustration of this point, that racial discrepancies does not necessarily mean, it could mean, and in some individual cases it does mean, unjust racial discrimination, but it doesn't necessarily mean unjust racial discrimination. If you are in a situation where, if you're in a city, for example, where the majority of crimes being committed are being committed by black people, then as a police force, of course, you're going to be, seeking out black people as potential perpetrators. The leads that you're going to be getting, the victim reports, people who've been robbed or whatever, they're going to tell you, it's a black guy who did this, or a black woman who did this. So of course you're not going to go looking for white people. So if you're going to have more black people are going to be getting kind of in contact with police and other law enforcement peoples, and so that's where there's going to be a greater risk of them being killed by the police. It just it stands to reason, I think. It's a reasonable thing to say that is the case, or that could be the case.
I like that.
Now, on the wider point of this black on black crime thing. Now, you'll hear people say, it's an obvious point that people make about Black Lives Matter. They say, well, which Black Lives Matter, basically? Why is it that, so the argument goes, why is it that the Black Lives Matter movement aren't, making a huge noise about those thousands of black people who are being killed by black people in America? That's a very obvious point. The first thing to say, to be fair, is that maybe not necessarily the Black Lives Matter movement, but black Americans are making a big deal about black people being killed by black people. The majority of black American people are not happy with the black on black crime which is taking place. The majority of black Americans are not happy with the amount of crime, the amount of drug dealing, the amount of and other antisocial behaviors which are just wreaking havoc in black American communities. So that's the point to be made, and it's an important point to be made. And this is something I've heard, for example, what's his name? Mark Lamont Hill has made this point in some debates I've seen him take part in. So that's the first thing to say. But the fact is that we don't see, whether it's because of the media or what, but we don't see these, images like these. We don't see Black Lives Matter when it comes to black on black crimes. We don't see Black Lives Matter when it comes to the violence that's taking place in some communities, such as Chicago and elsewhere. Now, the way that some of these Black Lives Matter people will respond to this is by, it veers from the weak to the ridiculous. So, for example, sorry about that. There was a guy I saw who was basically saying that black on black crime is a myth. Black on black crime is a myth. That was his response to it. And here we go. Yeah, here we go. Let me play this to you.
An emotional, searing indictment of Black Lives Matter has now gone viral. It's a Facebook post by NFL Ray Lewis and is being viewed by more than 2.7 million people, whose questions the group's focus dividing the wave of followers in Chicago.
Sorry, the video's not playing there, but basically, this guy basically says, yeah, well, black on black crime is a myth, and he's the point that he uses is something I've heard a few times. Hopefully, this video will work this time.
An emotional, indictment of Black Lives.
Have a listen to this.
Thanks for being here. You heard what Ray Lewis said, right? He's saying, in other words, your group is focusing too much on a couple of instances of alleged police brutality, and you're not focusing enough on black crime. crime, something that kills more African American young men than anything else.
It's important to talk about the myth of black on black crime. It's just that myth. Any Google search of the term can come up with a lot of different
So Ray Lewis is wrong.
I think Ray Lewis is talking about a lot of myths and misconceptions about what the movement is, and is talking about an argument.
Let's go back to black on black crime. You're saying that black on black crime is not a problem?
So that's a straightforward question there. Are you saying that black on black crime is not a problem? Good question. Because we've seen, for example, in this other article that I pointed out here, we've seen here that 6,095 black people were murdered in 2014, and the majority of those were murdered by other black people, compared to 5,397 for whites and Hispanics combined. And bear in mind, there's a lot more whites than blacks in America, which I'll come back to in a short while. So, you know, it's a massive problem in black communities. Listen to this guy's response.
No, I'm saying that inter-community crime happens in all communities across the country, and it is a problem that the movement of Black Lives is focusing on. The movement of Black Lives is also focusing on state-sanctioned violence, which is a different thing. It's not just a few white cops killing a few unarmed black men. It's up to the state systematically creating up systems that are killing black people, both black women, black children, black men, black queer, black trans, and black gender non-conforming folks. And that's the issue that I think Ray Lewis didn't talk about in his videos.
So, you know, it's clear that he basically went from, oh, well, yeah, it is an issue, but it's about the systemic, the institutional, and it's about the way that white supremacy is killing black queers, black gays, black trans, So this is what I find of a lot of these Black Lives Matter activists, is that they, when sort of ask a question about specific issues, statistical issue usually, with regard to the levels of crime within Black American communities, they will deflect it and just go on to their sound bites. They go on to their sort of spiel about, institutional racism and this, that, and the other. So that's one thing that I get frustrated with when I listen to these people, and why I can't really take them seriously on the intellectual level, because they're just not really apparently willing to deal with the statistics. Now, another thing that they'll say is, this guy said there's white on white crime. There's crime in white communities. So, that's just a thing. And it's like, well, actually, the levels of crime, particularly when you talk about murders within black communities, is much, much higher, actually. It's not comparable. It takes place at a much higher rate. So, again, it's just a deflecting. I don't know why some of these guys, well, no, I do know why. It doesn't suit the agenda of Black Lives Matter to be looking at the behavior of black people within black communities in America or elsewhere for that matter. It doesn't suit the narrative of the Black Lives Matter movement. So again, when we're looking at the principles of the Black Lives Matter movement that kind of helps to drive it along, they're talking about restorative justice and institutional racism and all this kind of stuff. They're basically talking about this white patriarchal racist institutionalized such and such blah 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 system. And this is unfortunate, because let's face it, what is a bigger problem facing African Americans when it comes to the loss of lives, the premature loss of lives? Is it A, police, or is it B, black on black crime? It's of course B, black on black crime, because that is taking thousands of people's lives on a yearly basis. Some of the other ways that you find, there's this article here. I just did a quick Google search. I was searching things like myth, Black Lives Matter myth, or these kinds of things, and I found this ridiculous article here. Now, to be fair, this isn't the Black Lives Matter movement who wrote this, but it just gives you an idea of some of the intellectually poor level of argumentation. These are 5 points that are meant to shatter the myth of black on black crime. It says 84% of white murder victims were white. Sorry, what? What? 84% of white murder victims were white. I think that means 85% of murder victims were white.
Were murdered by white. I think
in the US. Yeah. Whites kill more whites than black people kill each other. White people commit more crimes than any other race. White people kill more members of vulnerable populations than any other race. Black gang murders are the most common amongst white gangs. But the whole point of all these, the obvious point here is that white people make up, outnumber black people in America by, I think it's something like 4 to 1 or 5 to, there's a lot more white people than there are black people. You can't use these basic raw statistics as some sort of argumentation against the idea that there's a black on black crime problem. This is just ridiculous.
You normalize that.
Now going back to this black on black crime thing, sometimes, just to finish up, sometimes you'll hear Black Lives Matter people saying that, why call it black on black crime? It's not black on black crime, it's just crime. White people commit crime on other white people, black people commit crime on other black people. It's just crime. And this is interesting, actually. It's a good point. It's a fair point. That is the point. Most crime that takes place does take place within within the same racial groups, because people tend to live amongst the same people. But that got me thinking, actually, that I saw a comment somewhere where someone was saying that instead of calling it black on black crime, just call it crime, because what you're doing is you're racializing something where really there doesn't need to be a racial aspect to it. So just call it crime. But then I thought to myself, oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so it's just crime. It's not black on black crime. It's just crime. It's not white and white crime. It's just crime. But then if you flip that over and then also apply it to the so-called, racist murders of black people, why don't we just call that crime then? If we take out the racial element of that, what are we talking about here? In the main, we're talking about police killing criminals, mostly.
I disagree.
Or police killing people. So it's just a police brutality issue there. And following on from that,
the motive and the
I've heard it said sometimes that if you allow for class, if you look at working class whites and working class blacks, then actually the levels of crime are much more similar or similar. And because black people are more likely to be, much disproportionately more likely to be poor than white people, then that would help to explain why there's big disparities in crime, why so many more black on black murders take place than white and white murders take place. But it's interesting because then that actually helps to de-racialize this whole police brutality issue and makes it an issue more to do with class. So it's a class issue. It's an issue to do with police relations with working class people, and in particular, though, it's not even just a class issue; it's a class and crime issue. So what we need to be talking about then is, what's with the high levels of crime within working class communities, perhaps. So even that kind of this idea that black and black crime shouldn't be called black and black crime because that racializes what is just essentially a criminology issue. Well, you could say the same thing about police brutality as well. So anyway, I've ranted on and on and on. It's the longest video I've done in a long.
Oh, I got to debate a bunch of this. Oh, this is great. I do agree that the Black Lives Matter so-called movement has been co-opted and turned into something that's not only disingenuous but wrong on every level. But you living across the pond, you don't have historical any kind of basis or any kind of perspective on crime. Okay, the impact, the resounding impacts. You just can't call all crime just crime because it has a resounding impact and it's based upon a very historical basis, which actually is, if you forget your past, you're not going to have a future, which is actually why we're living in the present. So there are statistics, and the statistics you get from Wall Street Journal is a right-wing, anti-black paper anyways. So you're already basing the foundation of your argument on something that's false and something that's abstract or something that's very skewed. So your data, your foundation of your house is already built on sand. Now, we're going to have a debate because I'm going to deconstruct a lot of what you said.
So if you've made it this far, I salute you, or I commiserate you. But yeah, those are just some of my issues that I've got, with the Black Lives Matter movement. I find it intellectually either dishonest or incompetent when I hear people who are going out there and doing debates and speaking in interviews and that kind of thing. I find that they automatically claim racism when they're looking at racial disparities, when actually there's other just as reasonable or even more reasonable ways of interpreting the evidence and understanding why there was racial disparities. I think they overlook, for some reason, I don't know why, but I understand why. For their own ideological purposes, they downplay and disregard the massive problem of black crime in black communities in America. And finally, it seems that there's potentially an argument here that there isn't really a racial aspect when we're talking about the police brutality or police violence or police killing people. What we're potentially looking at here is a class issue, something that's to do with class. There's something to do with levels of criminality amongst people of lower income. And that's potentially, this Black Lives Matter issue is potentially a red herring that is diverting attention from that issue. Anyway, I hope that kind of makes sense. Thanks for watching. The name of this channel was Africans Arise. Don't forget to subscribe to this channel if you haven't already. Don't forget also to go to the Facebook page, which is facebook.com/Africans Arise Now. And let me know your thoughts. I'll be interested to hear your thoughts. If anyone knows about video response, then that's great. I find it much easier to do video response, to check out video responses than to get into the comments. Often so forgive me if it takes me a while to respond to your comments, but it's difficult sometimes, particularly if people post really long ones. But please do post your comments anyway. And on that note, I'll see you later. Take care. Bye bye.
Well done. Well done.
You're watching T-Radio Radio in TV.
Remember, all I'm offering is the truth. Nothing. Relationship.
Hey, let this play for a second. It's the truth. He's talking about colorism. Listen to these lyrics real quick. Turn it up.
He said that you was pretty for a dark-skinned girl. I'm certain what he meant was the compliment. Your exquisite chocolate in this white man's world. His programming is damaged, his understanding, and he can't see. Put a mirror on your wall and make you ask him who was the fairest of them all again. You can never win because of your melody. You ain't never been fair-skinned. He was fucking with your intelligent mother when you were kissed by the sun, and the haters can't stop. I love you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Monday morning on T-Radio V. You know what that is? Monday morning, 11 p.m. or 8 a.m. sharp. You know what that is. It's the So What Morning Show. We got a heavy heater in the building right now. You know what we got to do. We got to have a difficult conversation. It's what I do. I bring these conversations to the forefront. Because whether you like it or not, you're going to have to deal with living here in America with certain realities. And if you are uneducated and unaware about what's going on, how do you really know what you're aspiring to have? That's a hell of a question. Like, if you don't know what's going on in the culture and the society in which you live, how do you know what you're aspiring to have? How do you know if that's valuable or not? Or if it has any worth at all? We're going to deal with it today, but as is commonplace, I got to promote black businesses. But before I get to the first black business, let me do this. No, the first black business is the sister who made all this happen today. She brought Dr. Boyce Watkins into the building, a sister by the name of Rashida. What's the name of her business real quick, brother? BlackAllegiance.net. BlackAllegiance.net. What exactly does it do?
Well, the theme of Black Allegiance, from what I understand, it's from Rashida's company, but Black Allegiance is all about pledging allegiance to the Black community. We pledge allegiance to the flag, and that's what we've been brainwashed to do. Wow. We need to pledge allegiance to a new flag, pledge allegiance to our community, give our community the same respect we give everything else, and that will solve 90% of our problems. Right?
Wow. And it's shirts and
yes, they sell apparel and all kinds of things that allow you to really, wear your community on your sleeve. There you go.
What's wrong with that? Go out and cash mob blackallegiance.net. Cash mob, you know what the term means. It means you got cash in your pocket. We're going to all collectively mob blackallegiance.net right now. Is that what we're going to do? That's what we're going to do. My homeboy Jeff is walking in late, which is normal. Bring your funny ass in here. As a matter of fact, pull that chair up. And Rita G. Rita G, you come on this side. Jeff, you go on that side. Yes. All right, so look. This is another cash mob movement we got to take care of right now. All the black businesses that I support should follow this model. It was a white company that stepped up and said, "We'll do it, Zoe." So I'm challenging all of the black companies that I'm about to promote for free to do the same. We have a model right now, a model of possibility. Me Undies, an underwear company, right, said, for anybody who purchases, who goes to my website right now, IamZoeWilliams.com, anybody who goes to IamZoeWilliams.com and purchases a copy of my book right now will get a pair of underwear for free. All you got to do is type in your order, Me Undies in the order, free underwear.
Look here, I bought one of them books. I ain't get no drawers.
That was years ago.
Okay. So I got to buy another book to get some drawers?
Yes, buy a book today, you'll get some drawers.
Some people need some clean drawers.
I think Jeff is in need of clean drawers right now. Anyway,
I'm in need of new drawers.
No, and here's the flip. These are the drawers. They go all the way up to size 3X. These are the men drawers. I got on a pair of these right now, right?
That's the emergent sizes.
And here go the girl drawers.
Okay,
The
yeah.
girl drawers go all the way up to 2X.
Okay.
Model? No, don't model. No. All right, let's see. What else? More girl draw. Now look, here's the flip. If you go to my Indiegogo page, this is where Me Undies stepped in and said, we got your back on your Indiegogo page. They said, listen, anybody who gives a donation on your Indiegogo page of $50 or more, we giving away his and hers draws. You and your woman. Yeah, could match before y'all hatch. You feel me? Match and draw. So they're going to support that whole movement. I just wanted to say, Me Undies, thank you for your support. That's meundies.com. If you want to go there and check out a lot of their apparel, it's an underwear company. Listen, free draw, well, kind of free, right? You buy my book, IamZoeWilliams.com, you get a free pair. You donate to my, and of course, this is an ongoing campaign. I'm going to be shouting out everybody who just donated to us, right? I'm going to shout out everybody throughout the show who's donating. As a matter of fact, 44 minutes ago, Malachi Bryant donated $20. Robert Jones donated an hour ago $50. And 2 days ago, we got Kirby Cameron with $50. Somebody 2 days ago, Anonymous, $110. Please put your name. Don't put your email address because I really want to shout you out. Chris Floyd, 3 days ago, $50. Let's move on it now. Me Undies will support every donation to the Zoe Williams new book, The Holographic Relationship, and they will also support anybody who purchases the relationship dismount. Go to my website, IamZoeWilliams.com. Now that bit of information is out the way, Shepherd Family Sweets, get that website up. Hey, this candy is for anybody here who wants to participate, right? This is known as legal Oxycontin.
Yeah, throw me that light skin candy.
This is legal crack right here.
Throw me
The
light skin
sister
candy.
over at Shepherd Sweets creates this stuff by hand. It's toffee, it's chocolate, it's what is this?
It's
almonds and
it's orgasm in a can.
It's retarded. It's here. She sends it, you know, for everybody to participate and enjoy. Let's keep the black business promotion going. One of the most ornery and intelligent and just angry, man, put the camera on him right now, giving the finger right now. This is how he was in the 6th grade. He was 62 in the 6th grade. Right? But I'm gonna tell you right now, one of the most intelligent brothers I know. That's why we run together. He don't respect your car, but he's smart.
Oh yeah, he don't give a damn about your
He
car.
get in your car, put all type of chicken crumbs in there, start cutting his toenails, but shit be smart. Be like, boy, I'm gonna tell you something about your life. Anyway, get this man's book. This is a manual for manhood. Listen, real men don't play. You get it at realmendon'tplay.com. Bobby did not play with this.
No, he did not.
Jim Brown, Lionel Collins. It's a gang of heavy hitters in here, and Bobby put this book together. You got to get it. He also wrote this book, Let's Go to Work, with the brother Leon T. Gar. Tell him Leon T. Gar was a millionaire before he could spell the word million. Speak on it.
Right. He said, if you want to make money, you got to make friends. He's now 102 years old and still the cornerstone of black business in L.A.
How about that? I can smoke a bag of that. Dr. Mark Goulston, the resident token white man. Man, he's the anti-hero. A lot of people love him. A lot of people, God damn it, that damn white man is in there. White people shouldn't be in there while we having these type of high-level discussions.
Right?
You got an evil one in there. The devil is in there. Support this man's work. Hey, this book right here is no joke. This one, just listen. Please continue to support Dr. Mark Goulston's work. Oh, and by the way, people have been asking about these Ramomar shirts. I've got 3 Ramomar shirts for the next 3 relationship dismount orders.
Oh man.
Somebody order the relationship dismount. You
That's
get
going
King
to Jack Brown's
Taharka.
house.
Wow. That's beautiful.
Bro.
The Nubian King. Look at that, brother. This is.
That look like Joe Torre.
Let me tell you about this. This is not silk screen. This is dye sublimation. Oh man, this stuff is high quality business right here.
Wow.
The brother sent this stuff over here to be supported. So this is what we're doing. I've got 3 of these, 3 different ones, and I'm gonna tell you right now. For you big brothers, only XLs. So you might be able
to the gym.
Yeah, you might be able to wear it on your pinky, but you're not gonna be able to wear it.
You are 15,000 sit-ups away.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at that.
Oh my God.
I got 3 shirts.
Bro.
Anybody who orders the relationship dismount from my website, IamZoeWilliams.com, will get one of these shirts. And I'm gonna tell you, it's only 3. So the first 3 guys that come in, just type in Ramomar, and there it is. If you don't get it, that's it.
How do you spell Ramomar? I want
R-A-M-O-M-A-R. So Ram one way, O, then Mar the other way. Ram backwards. Ramomar.
I want one of those shirts, man.
Ramomar NYC is the website. The brother, let me tell you what the brother's done.
Yeah, that's
a luxury brand. A luxury brand with all black, well, not all black, but cultural accentuation. Asiatic. He's right now he's in Syria. The colors and the patterns are Syrian. And then he's gonna go China, then he's gonna go India. But right now he's in Egypt. Man, come on, support that brother's movement. He wants to challenge and rival Louis Vuitton.
Yeah. And why shouldn't he?
And why shouldn't he? Blackallegiance.net.
Yes.
That's what she said. We should pay allegiance to ourselves, right?
Absolutely.
So that brother Ramomar NYC is doing that through his clothing. And I'm gonna tell you right now, low key, he getting some flack.
Of course.
You want me to tell you who he's getting flack from?
Black people?
White people.
Oh, white people.
Because white people are his #1 patrons.
No. Of course.
They buying the shit, and then they go on his social media, and they go on his websites and see a lot of pro-blackness, and they be like, well, wait a minute, we're keeping you rich. Now, guess what? We could change all of that if we poured money into him, so he could say, fuck y'all. Because let me tell you something about blacks. It's too much capitulation. It's too much. Hey, I'm going to be quiet. Well, let me finish this damn segment, and then we go to break and come back, and then you get to start. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it for the community empowerment. Everything has been promoted. Wait a minute. Weed Juice. Got to do weedjuice.com. Everybody put up Weed Juice. Continue to support Weed Juice. Black-owned company. We'll get your juices out to you ASAP. Fresh squeezed. This brother is good.
Oh wait, yeah, you got one. Yeah,
Let's get a shout out to Yvette Carnell and Breaking Brown, BreakingBrown.com.
Breaking Brown.
Breaking Brown. She has some great information. She just got through talking about Obama when he went hard on Black Lives Matter.
Here we go.
BreakingBrown.com is the best political blog in the country.
Let's do it.
White or black, other BreakingBrown.com, the best.
Breaking Brown.
And also, if anybody saw Zoe giving me some push kicks this week on his Facebook page,
I did kick your ass.
he was alright. But
you wouldn't say anything.
You threw a couple of good kicks in there. But go ahead and give me a shout. Go to 3bbootcamp.com. That's the number 3, B as in boy, bootcamp.com, and I'll hook you up.
Oh, I got one more.
Yeah, no candy, y'all.
I got one more. Hey, y'all better get that candy before it's all gone. Listen, I got one more. Let's see. Mind-blowing mobile apps. The sister designed my app. If your radio program got to get an app.
Yeah, well, I do have an app.
You do?
But I want another app.
This sister.
So I'm going to hit this sister up.
Wanda Trotter from Mind Blowing Mobile. She did my app. When I tell you my app is ice cold. Lectures, you can sell them on there. Books, your campaigns, notifications. Hey, Zoe's about to come on the air right now. All types. She got it all set up.
I love it.
She is ridiculous, man. Mind-blowing mobiles, Wanda Trotter. You got to do it right now. That's it. I got to take a quick break. When we come back, the topic. So what morning?
Kissed by the sun and them haters can't stop. I love the way you rock your chocolate. No skin.
You are watching T Radio V. Radio in TV.
Everybody knows that relationships, when they break down, can be extremely hurtful, disappointing, frustrating, and the Cocoon was, the concept of it was created from a poem I wrote called The Human Chrysalis in my first book, The Rebirth of Seeds. And what I explained was, when you break up with someone, you need time and space to kind of flush out and process all of your feelings, all of your attachments, your evaluation of yourself, your evaluation of your partner, time to, almost take inventory of all of the things that you are accountable for. So in chapter 3, the Cocoon is designed for you to go inside and work out these, particular problems or issues, and not only work them out, but actually take ownership of them before you jump into something else with someone else. So we wanted to create this space of healing, this space of kind of